I'm calling the Municipality of Anchorage Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order for Monday, April 4th. We have the secretary, please call the roll.
Nancy Pease.
Here.
Jim Frederick.
Here.
Connie Yoshimura. Arthur Isham.
Here.
Bruce Belts. Stacy Dean.
Here.
Harry Parks.
Here.
Dana Pruse.
Here.
Rich Wilson.
Here. Mr. Frederick?
I'd like to make a motion to incorporate corrections to the February 7th, 2011 minutes, which were laid on the table for us tonight.
Is there a second? Why don't you use your machine?
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Parks. Any discussion? Any objection? Okay, so we now have an item 5 for minutes. Okay, Mr. Frederick?
Did you want to do the...
Let's do the postponement, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to move to postpone item G1 on our agenda, case 2011-0119, to the 2nd of May by request of the petitioner.
Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Dean. Any discussion? Any objection? Okay, we've moved G1 to the 2nd of May. Okay, let's go ahead now and move through the minutes. Positive motion for approval, please. Ms. Dean moved. Is there a second? Mr. Frederick, thank you. Is there any minutes that we need to pull and discuss or correct? Is there any objection to approving the minutes for Monday, October 11th, Monday, November 10th of 2010, and Monday, January 3rd, Monday, February 14th, and the last one that we added, which was the correction for February 7th? Any objection? And those minutes stand approved. Okay, Mr. Frederick, would you like to take care of disclosures for us tonight, please?
Yes, sir, I would. Ms. Pease, do you have anything to disclose this evening?
Yes, I was not here for the case on the consent agenda D1B, so I will be abstaining from that approval.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
None.
Mr. Wilson?
None.
Mr. Pruse?
No.
Ms. Dean?
No.
I was not here for either of the resolutions for approval D1A or B, so I'll be abstaining from votes on the approval of those.
Okay, and do you want to ask me if I have any?
And Mr. Isham?
None. Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Okay, so we have Ms. Pease abstaining from, when the time comes, from 1B, and then Mr. Frederick from 1A and B. Please turn off your cell phones. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item D, consent agenda. Positive motion. Ms. Pease moved. Mr. Parks seconded. Okay, it's been moved and seconded for approval of consent agenda items D1A and B. Any items we wish to have pulled? Is there any objection to approval of items D1A and B? No objection, those are approved. With the abstention of Ms. Pease on D1B and Mr. Frederick on D1A and B. Very good, thank you. All right, moving right along. Item G1 has been postponed until the 2nd of May, so we'll move on to item G2, case 2011-028, zoning conditional use for off-street parking. We could please hear the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 10 of the packet, there's an aerial photo. Page 10's aerial photo is useful at looking at the surrounding area and just getting a sense of what exists there now. Also, on pages 2 and 3 of the packet, you can see a copy of the site plan and landscape plan. Off-street parking is a permitted use in the B3 district, but in the R3 district, it requires a conditional use permit. Page 4 of the packet shows a zoning map, and you can see that the petition site, the 2 lots abutting Fireweed Lane are Zone B3 and do not need a conditional use permit for off-street parking. But on those 2 smaller lots, or the 2 lots behind them, they're zoned R3 and they're the subject of this conditional use permit. This is a request for a conditional use permit for off-street parking on 2 R3 zoned lots. The proposed parking will serve the existing office building located south of the lot, located on Lot 9A. Currently, the office building has non-conforming parking adjacent to it on Lot 6. So directly behind the building, there's a lot that has the parking that serves this office building. The petitioner is requesting this conditional use permit for off-street parking because she does not have grandfather rights for the parking on that lot, Lot 6, and therefore needs this approval in order to have conforming parking. The existing building requires 39 parking spaces. The site plan, the proposed site plan shows 39 parking spaces equivalent to what's required, including 2 handicap spaces, of which 30 of the spaces are located on the 2 residentially zoned lots, the 2 R3 lots, which are the subject of this conditional use permit. The zoning determination, which says that there's no grandfather rights for the parking that's being used right now, those are at the back of the packet on pages 34 through 37, I believe. The first standard of approval for a conditional use permit, general standard of approval, furthers the goals and policies of the comprehensive development plan. The planning division finds that this has been met. This standard has been met. Anchorage 2020's land use policy map indicates that the property is in a, quote, redevelopment and mixed use area, which is intended for medium to high density residential, medium to high residential density to support major employment centers. The redevelopment mixed use areas is meant to enable people to live near their work. The 1982 Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Development Plan Generalized Residential Intensity Plan identifies the area as residential with 21 to 35 dwelling units per acre. Although the off-street parking proposed in this site plan does not provide the residential use and density in the land use plan map, the policy map, it is allowed as a conditional use permit in the R3. Furthermore, the existing office building needs this parking in order to meet the parking requirement. There are many commercial lots along Fireweed Lane which lack the necessary depth to provide parking. In this case, the office building is located close to Fireweed Lane, and the only available place to locate parking is in the rear of the building on these 2 R3 zone lots. Planning finds that all the other standards of approval have been met. There is a mistake, a typo on page 9. There are 2 typos. On page 9, condition number 9, it says AMC 2150-125. It should be titled 21 or AMC 2145. So instead of 50, it should say 45, and that's referring to the landscape regulations. And the staff made the same mistake on condition 10, just below it. So conditions 9 and 10, there's just an error in the 50 should be changed to 45. Condition 7 states replace the proposed fence with a 6-foot side obscuring fence. That is, the petitioner in their plans showed us a detail of a fence, and they offered to make this fence side obscuring, make it a little bit better quality fence, upgrade it, and they did that through email and over the phone. And so this condition reflects what the petitioner has already offered to do, upgrading the fence on condition number 7. So the planning, there are late comments that have been laid on the table. I'm holding them over my head here. So I just want to point you to these. Around noon today, some comments came in from the public from a very important property. I think the homeowner of the house that abuts this site directly behind the office building, they, in the letter, which was just laid on the table for you this evening, I'm going to read from part of it. This person says, dear members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and Planning Department, the next line, 2 lines down, they say, we object to the relocation of the driveway from Fireweed Lane to Smith Drive. The entrance to the parking lot from Smith Drive, that's the street directly behind the site, is not allowed by the existing conditional use permit for Lot 6. It would be better for the residential district and us if the driveway were off Fireweed Lane or Cordova Street. This will keep business traffic off a residential street. The original conditional use permit for Lot 6 had a restriction of no access to Smith Drive. This has been a violation of the conditional use permit for years. So I'd like to comment on a couple of the things that were said there. The first sentence that talks about we object to the relocation of the driveway from Fireweed Lane to Smith Drive. No driveways have been relocated with this proposed site plan for the conditional use permit. There's a driveway off Fireweed, and there's an existing driveway to Smith Drive. So there'll be no new driveways. In the next sentence, this person from the public comments on an existing conditional use permit for the parking on Lot 6. There is no conditional use permit for the parking on Lot 6. There's parking. There's a surface parking lot there now. It serves the office building. It exists there now, but it is not permitted. There's no conditional use permit for off-street parking. So, and it doesn't have grandfather rights either. So it's just there, what we call non-conforming. It's just there, but it's not allowed. This conditional use permit, which you're reviewing right now, would make it allowed. Surface parking is allowed through a conditional use permit. What the petitioner is also seeking is to expand this parking lot from Lot 6 to also the neighboring Lot 7, and that will provide the minimum number of parking spaces required for this office building. I'm going to skip down a little bit in the letter. It says, since parking is an allowed use on Lot 8, which is zoned B3, the majority of the parking should be on this lot. The majority of the landscaping should be on the residential lots 6 and 7. So this person is saying that the landscaping, which is shown on Lot 8, should be moved to lots 6 and 7, and the surface parking should be sort of flip-flopped to the area where the site plan is showing a heavy amount of landscaping. Then they go on in the letter and say, we would like to suggest that the landscaping buffer between Lot 6 and our property should be such that it does not grow over 8 feet in height. This is so that it does not substantially shade Lot 5. That's their lot. The conditional use permit for off-street parking requires buffer landscaping, and that buffer landscaping has been provided. And what they're saying is that landscaping, that buffer landscaping which is required, they don't want it to go over 8 feet in height. Unfortunately, if you read 2145, 125C, and I think it's 2, it talks about buffer landscaping, and you're supposed to have, a certain number of trees and a certain number of shrubs, and these trees grow over 8 feet in height. Per regulations, they're required, the petitioner's required to show buffer landscaping. They have, but this person, the neighbor right next door, is saying, we're fine with landscaping, but we don't want it to be, as tall as trees. And so this is, I guess, a conflict what we have here. I guess staff can just comment a little bit on this. That buffer landscaping is a requirement. The trees that are proposed are paper birch. They're not evergreen trees, so there will be light that filters through those trees. It's not going to be like a wall preventing light from going in. Also, if you look at the site plan, you look at where north is, south, and east and west, this buffer landscaping that's proposed in the site plan and required by code, that's east of the house. And so we all know that the sun rises in the south and goes around to the west and then to the north. And so the only light that would be coming from the west would probably be, in the late evening or something like that. So I don't know, the fear about shading trees may be a little bit diminished if you look at where that landscaping is proposed. Skipping to the end of the letter, they say that they comment on the site obscuring fence. They want to know where it is, and I've described where it is. That's all I have. The department recommends approval of this conditional use permit, subject to conditions 1 through 13 on pages 8 and 9 of the packet. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions of staff? Ms. Pease?
Just in case we were being tested to see if we were awake, we do recall that the sun rises in the east. But I agree with your point that the east side is not a major concern for shading. But anyway, had a couple of questions. Is the requirement for arterial landscaping on fireweed met by this plan?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. I didn't see that staff responded to a comment on page 17 by the Community Development Department. They requested a plat note restricting access onto fireweed unless was it DOT? I think DOT issued a permit. Is that, I guess since agency made that comment, I'd like to hear staff's response to that.
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, can you tell me again where you read that comment?
On page 17,
Yeah.
in 1A,
Uh-huh.
Transportation Planning staff recommends that a plat note be added stating that no direct access from Lot 8 onto Fireweed Lane will be permitted unless approved by state DOT.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Pease, if this were a plat, then it might be appropriate to put a plat note specifying the number of driveway accesses, or that a driveway permit be required with this approval. This is not a plat. This is a conditional use permit. So what will happen is, if this site plan and landscape plan were to be approved by the commission this evening, then they would be required to construct everything just as the site plan shows, and then it's checked by code enforcement. So the driveway access that exists there, that's not being changed, and the whole site is governed by this site plan. So there's no need for any sort of other notes, because it'll just be this site plan.
Through the chair, if I may follow up, maybe I misread the site plan, but it looked to me as if there was access onto Fireweed to the two universal access sites. Is there no curb cut there?
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, so there's an existing driveway off of Fireweed, and I think they may be reducing it just a little bit, because right now it's just sort of a big, wide, open parking area. They're trying to bring some, they're trying to define, right now you have cars driving on Fireweed Lane and pulling into the site, and then parking right there with their bumpers sort of hanging out over the sidewalk. And what the site plan is attempting to do is to put a whole bunch of landscaping in there and get everybody parking behind the building. But there are two, there's at least one universal parking space that's still out there. The traffic division doesn't have a problem with that, but the width of the driveway is being reduced to help sort of define where cars should drive.
So I guess your response to community development, as stated here tonight, would be that you don't feel there's a issue with the continued use of a driveway narrower than what exists now on Fireweed Lane. Is that?
Yes.
Ms. Pease, let me interrupt here just a minute. Let the record show that Mr. Phelps is present.
And Mr. Phelps, do you have anything to disclose this evening?
The game's almost high at 26-25.
I assume you have nothing to disclose, though.
Just that, no.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Pease.
Yes, I have two other comments or questions. The site plan provided had a note on it that said 38 parking spaces are required. Staff's description was that 39 are required. So could you just clarify that before we approve the site? If we approve the site plan, that should be clarified. And finally, the site plan doesn't depict the sidewalk on Cordova Street, and we don't have the details of the circulation in the surrounding area. But I'm concerned that this is, as let's see, one of the departments commented on this being a transit corridor and a major employment area. I'm looking at now pages 18 and 19, and that efficient pedestrian access is encouraged and a pedestrian-oriented environment should be provided, and so on. And this doesn't seem to have been addressed, why there wouldn't be a desire to put a sidewalk on Cordova Street. There's one other page, another staff. Private Development Manager Don Kiefer said that these streets appear to be improved to an adequate standard, although not current urban standard. So there seemed to be a little bit of confusion or lack of synchronicity between those two staff comments, and I wondered if you could explain whether this is a walking environment or is intended to be, given that it's residential.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Pease. Looking at page 3 of the packet, the landscape plan, the petitioner is showing landscaping that's required by code, the perimeter landscaping, and they're not showing the required arterial landscaping along Fireweed, but that's in the conditions of approval that are required to show that. We usually have public sidewalks within the public right-of-way and not through the private land. Cordova Street is sort of cramped for space. It's a substandard width road. But planning didn't seek to put a public sidewalk on private property and didn't seek to have the petitioner make pedestrian improvements in the public right-of-way. That's not supported either because there's not sufficient width to the street as is. But what the petitioner has done is or will be required to do through what they've shown in the conditions of approval on that staff has provided in the recommendation is to provide landscaping.
Okay, just in case we have to make a finding on this, could you say again the city does not seek to have the petitioner provide sidewalk because?
It would most likely have to be located within the private property, which is now occupied by the required landscaping.
And wouldn't it be traditional to request further dedication of right-of-way when a site is redeveloped or reconfigured?
There were about a year's worth of meetings between the petitioner and traffic, fire, and project management engineer and private development, and a lot of negotiations. The traffic engineer at the time, Bob Knievel, worked with the petitioner, and so for a conditional use permit, there is no right-of-way dedication. That's one point. Because this is not a plat. If they were to be removing lot lines, then they would be required to dedicate right-of-way. They're not re-subdividing. They're just asking for this site plan approval, this conditional use permit for off-street parking. So first of all, there's no right-of-way dedication that we can ask for. And then second, with the minimal changes that they're proposing, they're really making quite a bit of. So the petitioner is providing a great benefit to the public in the amount of landscaping that they're showing, and sort of cleaning up this public safety issue in the front of the building where the parking's sort of helter-skelter. So it didn't seem appropriate. It didn't meet the rational nexus to try and seek off-site improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, is there a petitioner's representative here this evening? Okay, very good. Let me read the rules before we kick off then. After the staff presentation is completed on public hearing items, the chair will ask for public testimony on the issue. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the Commission Rules of Procedure. And these time limits are as follows. The petitioners, including their representatives, have 10 minutes, and part of this time may be reserved for rebuttal. Representatives of groups such as community councils, PTAs, etc., have 5 minutes, and then individuals have 3 minutes. Now, when your testimony is completed, you may be asked questions by the Commission. You may only testify once on any issue unless questioned by the Commission. An individual may have appeal rights relating to any action the Planning and Zoning Commission takes, and appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after the Planning and Zoning Commission's final decision. Any individual may request written findings from any Commission decision within 7 days. Is Elmo working? Okay. Okay, sir, if you could state your name, please, for the record.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Tom Dreher, and I represent the petitioner tonight, Lisa Harrington. I worked with S4 Group.
Do you wish to reserve any time for rebuttal?
I'd like to reserve whatever time's left over for rebuttal.
Okay,
thank you.
Go ahead.
The existing situation along Fireweed Lane is there's basically a curb cut along the entire front, as you can see on the left-hand existing configuration drawing. Do you guys have a copy of this, sir?
Yes, we
You
do.
should have it. Okay, good. Thank you. So right now, the existing situation is that people can actually park along this entire frontage coming right off of Fireweed Lane. And that was one of the main reasons we wanted to, or the petitioner wanted to, redo the parking. So to get rid of all the parking out here, she needed to increase the parking in the rear to get up to specifications. And so what we have done is to take the actual curb cut area and reduce it down to the width here. It's about 30 feet as compared to before. It's like 120 feet or so. So the access to the back parking area is going to remain the same. It comes in through here, and it goes underneath the building here. There's a two-way access beneath the building here, and it goes into the parking in the rear. We're taking the existing area of landscaping and increasing it dramatically. That was another reason for doing this. She wanted to increase the quality of the way this building looked from Fireweed Lane by adding all kinds of landscaping in this area and here and making a more appropriate connection into the sidewalk. The sidewalks here and the sidewalk here. And another benefit of this configuration is that we were able to make the handicap parking area quite a bit more appropriate and safer. So they'll come in through here and have a parking spot here and here with direct access to the sidewalk and into the main building area here. We are fine with all the department recommendations. They all make a lot of sense. And on the comments on the rear area, there's an existing access there now. And the way it works right now, the traffic comes off of Fireweed Lane and then goes back out into Fireweed Lane. There's no reason for them to access out onto Smith Avenue. The only reason we're maintaining that access is just for fire safety. We would have rather actually cut it off, but we can't because of fire safety reasons, so they can bring their fire truck in off of Smith and in and service the area there. And with that, I'll like to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
You have 6 minutes, 38 seconds for rebuttal. Okay, are there any questions from Mr. Dreyer? Okay, no questions from the...
Right.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Prus.
Thank you. Your dumpster location on Lot 6,
Yes.
is that going to be a mechanical dumpster where the truck comes in, lifts it, dumps it into a... Is that what type of dumpster goes there?
Yes.
Is there any concern with the noise that presents, especially if it's early in the morning, the noise of a truck coming in with the backup alarms and all this stuff, dumping the dumpster in the neighborhood? Has that been addressed?
Well, that's one of those things you have to put up with in urban environment, basically. Because those dumpsters they service all the apartment buildings to the east there and to the northeast also.
Have you thought about Lot 8?
I'm sorry?
Have you thought about putting it on Lot 8?
No. No, it's not part of the design.
There's you had no concerns about that?
We don't see that there's any reason to move it up to Lot 8. There's been no comment on it before actually till right now. And yeah, keep in mind that all the apartment buildings in the area have dumpsters also. It's not out of ordinary with this kind of environment in R3 zoning.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Through the chair, Mr. Prus, for the benefit of the discussion, there's a dumpster there in that exact same location presently, in that location.
Any further questions for Mr. Dreyer? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that it's actually closer to the neighborhood house than it is to the office building it's servicing. And it's, from a distance, and I find that just a little odd that it's closer to the neighbors than to the building of service. And there is a noise associated, and the trash sometimes misses the dumpster and it gets blown around and blows in the neighbor's yard, blows out in the street. And so that's kind of my concern. That's why I brought the subject matter up, because it struck me it's at the end of the property on Smith Drive, and I just found it odd that it was that far away.
further questions for Mr. Dryer? Thank you, sir. Again, you have 6 minutes, 38
All right.
seconds
Thank you.
for rebuttal. Okay, anybody else wish to testify? Please come forward, sir. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Randall Stefanich, owner of Lot 5, and I do personally recollect and have checked with a neighbor who personally recollects that there was a conditional use permit for Lot 6, and that the other two parking lots on the other side were denied a conditional use permit and denied access to Smith Drive because it is a residential street. It does generate traffic, and traffic goes in and out of it. There's an inadequate curve where Smith Drive meets Cordova because of the narrowness of that, and the people do go in and out and around Cordova. So that was one of the reasons that I was objecting to the continued allowance of the driveway. Now, when the original lot was built, there was a chain across, i.e. a gate, that did not allow people to come and go from Smith Drive into the parking lot. I realize that things get lost in filing systems because my copy of the conditional use permit also has been lost in my filing system. So that was one of the reasons I objected to that, because there is quite a bit, and also large trucks come there, park out in Smith Drive, and then deliver things into the building. So yes, it does need some sort of ability, they need some sort of ability to get large moving trucks in and out of their parking lot, and I personally don't feel that Smith Drive is the place to do it. One thing I had not thought of, that the dumpster does, the garbage truck comes up Cordova, turns to the west, backs up, backs into their parking lot, then drives forward, picks the dumpster up, empties it, and goes back. Yes, it's noisy and stuff, and because of the circuitous route, I feel that it is not the safest maneuver for the garbage trucks, but I had not thought of it until Mr. Pruis brought that up and stuff. So, and yes, I realize paper birch aren't as quite a solid wall as spruce are, but it still does shade our lot, and the sun does come up in the east. In the summer, it comes up in the northeast. The only time we are not see the sun is in the 3 months of winter, but we get substantial amount of sunlight coming in from the east, northeast to the southeast over that lot line starting in April and continuing on through October.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any questions for Mr. Stefanich? Okay, thank you for your testimony, sir. Oh, wait a minute, wait, we do have somebody, Mr. Parks.
Mr. How long have you lived in that on Lot 5?
Since 1973.
And was it currently being used as a parking lot when you moved in?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So you were aware that parking was taking place there when you moved in?
Well, I remember coming to a planning commission for them to get the conditional use for that parking lot after we had moved into the house.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify? Ms. Pease.
Excuse me, I had a follow-up question for staff with regard to the access on Smith Drive after Mr. Stefanich's comments. Has there been then access on and off Smith Drive, or at least the possibility of it in the recent use of this site?
Well, the gentleman who just spoke, provided very useful information. In our the research that was done for this case There was no record at all of any conditional use permit, and there was research done twice, and there was we were not able to find any record that there had been a conditional use permit, and that's why the two letters at the back of the packet talk about these determinations. Was there a chain across the back, or I just I would defer to the owner's recollection of the gentleman who spoke. As long as I've been in town and familiar with the site, it's been drivable, but that's very recent.
If I may follow up, you earlier testified, I think, though, that something to the effect that access has been off of Fireweed. Is that something, I don't know whether the petitioner knows enough about the use of it. Is most traffic been using Fireweed, as far as you know?
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, I thought you were asking about the back of the parking lot, access to Smith Drive. When this case was assigned to, was submitted to the department, I went and did a site visit, and there was access, and there is today, but they just submitted the application last month. To Fireweed, I would defer to the, I don't know the traffic circulation of most people. I sat there for a few minutes a few weeks ago, and then today, after I got the comments from the public, I didn't see any cars using the rear access, but I don't know if they often do or not.
Okay, well, it sounds like we may not have that information. I was just trying to figure out if the new configuration will result in a very different traffic pattern from what the neighborhood's been experiencing, but I guess we don't really.
I would guess that the traffic pattern would stay, the same. People, there would be no reason for people to change and try and drive through the rear access to the parking lot. I think most cars that come to this office building turn up off of Fireweed and go under the building, this little drive under thing, and then we'll park in the parking lot and probably leave that same way. But if that's the way they're doing it now, then I don't see.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cruz.
Yeah, this is for staff. Did traffic address the, or on the access with the 10-foot clearance? Is there any rule of thumb for deliveries? I know any commercial vehicle, obviously wouldn't get near that overhang of the building to drive underneath it. Is there any study or anything to tell us that for a typical building like this size, you expect so many deliveries, or a week, or a month, or a year, or access? I mean, because it's all going to come off based on the existing configuration and the proposed configuration. It's all going to have to come off Smith Drive. Is there anything like that?
I don't know. Through the chair, Mr. Cruz, that's a good question. I don't know. I can't recall what types of offices are located in that building. I think at one time there might have been a medical office. I think there may be an insurance office, something like that. I don't know what types of deliveries, delivery trucks or tall trucks go to this site. It might be a good question to ask the petitioner, Mr. Dreyer.
Okay, Ms. Pease?
Yeah, final question. The petitioner, I think, mentioned they just as soon block off the Smith Drive driveway, and was it considered whether that could be an emergency access point, or does there need to be through access at all times? Some places, have a small red gate across that I assume fire or emergency can either push through, or they have a key to it or something. Is that anything that would make sense from the neighborhood point of view, or?
Good planning always tries to discourage commercial traffic from residential streets. A possible condition of approval that the commission could make would be for a condition saying resolve with the fire plan review resolve with fire plan review whether or not a gate can be installed or an obstruction could be installed to Smith Drive. And then the petitioner could speak with fire about whether or not it would be appropriate to cut off access to Smith Drive. The gentleman from the public that spoke, the homeowner, he said that at one time there had been I think just a chain that went across, and I don't recall if that's still there, but something as simple as that could discourage through traffic if it's an issue. I just can't remember if fire ever commented on needing that access. It was proposed in this site plan by the petitioner, and it was just accepted. I didn't recall any discussion of cutting that access off, but a condition of approval could make us take a second look at that.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Prus?
Yeah, just a comment to that. I don't see any way you could put a gate across there, because you wouldn't be able to access the facility with a truck. I mean, they'd have to redesign the whole reconfiguration. They'd have to change either Smith Drive access or Dover Street somewhere. You've got to be able to get a commercial vehicle in there. And I think it's just convenience here that it's in the same spot, and fire probably played a role into it. But from a serviceability to the facility, it needs some access other than off of Fireweed Lane, unless you go to Lot 8.
Through the chair, Mr. Prus, I think that he raises a good point. On the site plan, it appears that there is, I think on the site plan, the page 2, it shows that the two handicap parking spaces are out front, and so that they wouldn't be open to service deliveries. So, and then the dumpster access. I can say that just to bring more information to the table, traffic was adamant that there not be access to Cordova. They wanted the access to be off of Smith and keeping the access to Fireweed Lane. So I know that traffic was really strongly against any access to Cordova, instead wanting it on Smith.
Mr. Frederick?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. McLaughlin, could you clarify condition number 11 for me, which says move the dumpster to a conforming location out of the 20-foot front yard setback? I believe you said in response to Mr. Prus' concerns about the dumpster that the dumpster currently is in the location where it's shown on the proposed configuration. I don't understand. I'm missing something here.
Through the chair, Mr. Wilson, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Frederick. Mr. Frederick, so yeah, the dumpster is sitting in the rear of the lot within the required yard setback. The petitioner has, shown it in, I think, essentially the same location. It'll have to be moved out of there.
Okay. It's the front yard setback for Lot 6. I got you.
Yep.
Thank you. I was.
Okay, any more questions on this series? Is there anybody else that wishes to testify? Is there anybody else that wishes to testify? Okay, let's go, Mr. Dreyer. You've got 6 minutes and 38 seconds for rebuttal.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the grid in your packet?
It's on the back of the late comments from the public. On the back page of that, there's a grid map, 100 scale grid map showing the site.
Okay. Let me give you a couple of handouts here. One will show the original plat, P123A, showing that little piece of Cordova is actually just being an access road. And then here's a couple pictures I have of the lot line between our unit and the Lot 5 house. And here's a copy of the plat, the grid. The latest grid with the green outline is showing the existing lots.
Okay.
I think it's very important to keep in mind the configuration of the streets and the lots in this area. When you look at the grid handout, copy of the grid, if you look at it, you'll see that you see Smith Drive coming from the west, and then the main piece of Cordova going to the north, and then east again. In the area that we're actually abutting to the north there's only one lot, one residential lot. So Lot 5, the front of their house is actually at the corner of Smith and Cordova, facing the residential area to the north. The traffic that comes in off of Lot 9A, the issue on that one, the Department of Transportation, was that he was talking about Lot 8, not Lot 9A. Our access, as you can see on the site plan, is on Lot 9A, not Lot 8. There's no reason for anyone coming into the building to want to go back out Smith Drive. It's not part of the logical sequence here. If you come in to the building here in Lot 9A, the fastest and best way is to come back out our driveway. There's no reason to go any other way. All the roads are shut off on A Street. And as far as the height of the landscaping between 5 and 6, we're willing to work with the homeowner there on Lot 5 so it doesn't obscure his light. I know light's very important to everybody that lives in Anchorage. Sunshine comes far and few between, so I would defer to staff if there's some kind of condition we could add on there that would make sense to limit the height of the landscaping to 8 feet. Would be fine with that. And with that, I'll close my presentation and be open for questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Dreyer? I have one. Is the normal pattern right now where people come in off of basically, I guess, Cordova, and then just drive under that little kind of drive under, and then they park in the back, and then they turn around and they come out the same way they came in?
Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing blocking access to Smith right now?
No, there's not.
They could go that way if they wanted.
They could, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where some kind of supply truck would probably come in that way if they're big.
Yeah, but they couldn't fit under the...
Yeah, but it's just a plain office building. The first floor is a real estate office, and then there's kind of I think there's some attorneys and insurance agent up top.
Mr. Prus.
Would you have any difficulties with the concept of moving the dumpsters to Lot 8?
think that's going to make it difficult. What we could do is move it further down on Lot 6, and I have to defer to my Craig Bennett here with S4, the designer. He might be able to move it further down on Lot 6 to that next landscaped area. I'm not sure. Craig, could we move it down there? We can definitely move it out a 20-foot setback, and that would change the driveway there between Lot 6 and Lot 7. Yeah, so we could do something there, but not down onto Lot 8. That wouldn't. Yeah, that'd just be more driving around in there.
You're talking the northwest
You
corner?
know, I can't hear you very well on that. I don't know if that's.
You're talking the northwest corner of Lot 6?
Yeah, so we could slide it further down on Lot 6, because we have to get out of the 20-foot setback there anyway, which would make it, we could slide down more to where that tree is, closer to the access between Lot 6 and Lot 7.
I need the landscape plan for that, I guess.
This site plan is going to be a huge.
There on there so I could see what you're talking about.
Yeah, we used to have the moving microphone, so I'm. In the city budget, we could afford one ear thing for presenters here. So we could move it down in this area here, slide it down from here to get out of that 20-foot front yard setback along Smith Avenue. Yeah. I mean, I live in the middle of R3 down in Bootleggers and around all kinds of apartments, and some of the things I have to put up with is the sound of the dumpster truck going by. Actually, even individual now, because they use the machines now in a lot of areas to pick them up, even for single-family homes. Did I answer your question here? Did you?
Well, I was just trying to get it closer to the building. That's not a lot closer. It's,
Yeah.
This is an opportune time to, when you're redesigning the configuration, to put it someplace that maybe a little more convenient for the office and more convenient for the neighbors. That was
Yeah.
mine. And if you had an opinion of a more convenient place. then
Yeah.
That's why.
I suppose you could put it right here.
You've got snow storage in Lot 8. So
Mhm.
that would. So you're going to have to get in there with vehicles anyway to move snow. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is snow removal area.
thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Public hearing is closed. Okay, we need a positive motion by Ms. Pease, seconded by Ms. Dean. Ms. Pease, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
In the matter of case 2011-028, I move for approval with the staff's recommendations on pages 8 and 9 of our packet, with the following changes on conditions 9 and 10, correct the ordinance number so that it's 21.45, which is the landscape ordinance, as staff has noted. And that's my motion. And I would, if there is any addition by other members of the commission, if they have the appropriate wording regarding, to add to condition 11, dumpster location, I'm very open to that.
Is there any amendments, friendly or otherwise, to Ms. Pease' motion? Mr. Bruce?
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to move the dumpster to the vicinity of the northwest corner of Lot 6.
Ms. Pease, is that satisfactory for you?
I just want to check with Mr. Prus. The northwest corner would be, if I have my directions right, next to Lot 5, which would be closer to the house.
Northeast, maybe?
That would be east.
I get my direction. It's in the northeast corner now. So did you mean the southeast?
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't approve the northwest, no. But if you were thinking,
Yeah, I'm opposite. So it'd be the south, it'd be the southeast, I guess.
southeast, yes,
Southeast.
I would approve. Adding that, resolve with staff moving the dumpster to a location closer to the southeast corner of Lot 6.
Ms. Dean, is that all right with you as a seconder?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got a friendly amendment there?
Can I make a friendly amendment to my own motion? I meant to pop this in there, just overlooked it.
Go ahead.
Yes, add a condition to resolve with staff the height of perimeter landscaping between Lot 6 and 5 so as to achieve the desired levels of solar access.
Okay, obviously you agree with it. Ms. Dean, do you have any problems with that?
I don't know. I agree, yes.
You agree with that? Okay. Anything else? Okay, so Ms. Pease, you want to go ahead and cover those two items that we've added to this? So we know what we're voting on specifically.
Yes, so the two changes are to, well, there were the typographical corrections to conditions 9 and 10. Then the condition 11 will now read, move the dumpster to a conforming location out of the 20-foot front yard setback per AMC 2140050G and as close as possible to the southeast corner of Lot 6, closer to the building. And new condition, resolve with staff the appropriate height of the perimeter landscaping between Lot 6 and Lot 5, adjoining Lot 5, so as to achieve the desired levels of solar access.
Okay. Are we ready to vote?
I'd like to make findings.
Oh, well, I was going to let you get the vote and then do the findings later, but if
Okay.
you want to do the findings first, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I missed a couple meetings. I guess
Yeah.
I forgot the sequence.
Okay, let's
Okay.
go ahead and do
Oh.
the findings.
Okay, the findings, this is a conditional use permit for a long-standing use of parking on these lots. We hear that probably going back to the 70s. We also have heard that the existing office use can't exist without the parking, the amount of parking proposed. With regard to the lack of a sidewalk extension, a public sidewalk extension along the perimeters, especially Cordova Street, we heard from staff that Cordova Street has inadequate right-of-way. Right-of-way cannot be acquired through a conditional use that does not involve a replat. And it would appear onerous to require the sidewalk to be installed on the private property when landscaping is also valuable to the neighborhood. But I did want to add that this is not necessarily a precedent, this sort of waiving of the idea of a sidewalk, because as staff noted in our packet, this is in a major employment area and a mixed-use redevelopment area, which generally we seek to enhance through a pedestrian-oriented environment. With regard to the perimeter landscaping, that will enhance the neighborhood, both on the arterial streets and on the other perimeters. We heard from one of the neighbors, residents in a residence adjoining, that there was a concern about shading from trees in the buffer landscaping, so we have asked staff to resolve that concern. And We also heard concerns about new traffic circulation patterns and whether that would affect the neighborhood adversely. We have heard that the existing traffic pattern is on and off Fireweed, the arterial road, and that this is anticipated to continue to be the main traffic pattern. By common sense and by the configuration of the streets, that appears to be the case. So it seems that we can find fairly confidently that there will not be a great increase in traffic on the residential streets. And finally, we've attempted to avoid the nuisance of a dumpster by moving that more interior to the lot and closer to the building. So with our changes, it appears that the parking can be a acceptable conditional use that's compatible with the surrounding residential and commercial uses.
Mr. Frederick?
Thank you. I believe we should add that the application meets the general standards for conditional use contained in 2150-020 and off-street parking conditional use standards contained in 2150-100.
Thank you. Any further comments? Any objection? That passes unanimously.
We always did, yeah. We always...
Okay, do we need a
Yeah, go ahead.
break here before we start?
Very brief recess, thank you.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, I call the meeting back to order. We're now going to item G3, case 2011-029, petitioners Cornell Corrections of Alaska Incorporated, and their request was amend the conditional use for correctional community residential centers. So if we could hear from staff, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get into the report, the gentleman down in the front row is Tony Barrett with Municipal Department of Health and Human Services. I know you've met him before, but I think it's been a couple of months at least, so I thought I'd reintroduce him. Questions largely pertaining to Title 16 should be directed to Tony Barrett. We can both try to field any of the Title 21 questions you might have. Thank you. We mailed 81 public hearing notices for this item back on the 14th of March. No response from the Community Council was received. We did receive 5 of the public hearing notices back in opposition to this request to amend the conditional use. 2 of those letters of objection were put on the table before you tonight. This is a conditional use to amend an existing correctional community residential center. And this is the first time you will have seen one of these where you do not have 100% control over the occupancy rates. There is an as-built on page 3, which we'll be making frequent reference to. So because of the way Title 16 has changed, I just give you a little bit of history on the property and then run through all of the standards for conditional use one by one. Title 16, Department of Health and Human Services will now be reviewing 4 occupancy rates. However, CCRCs are still reviewed under applicable portions of the general standards of conditional uses 2150-020 and the specific CCRC standards 2150-035. This property has been in use as a conditional use adult correctional center since 1984. And the reason that sentence is in there is that means most of this is grandfathered. And we'll get into the specifics item by item. The zoning district and the CCR review standards have changed over time, but the use of this facility is essentially the same as it has been. Cornell Corrections of Alaska assumed ownership of and operation of the facility in 1999. The structure housing the CCRC itself is located on Lot 11A. The building was built in 1975. Lot 9, approximately 50 to 60 feet to the west, is used as a parking lot for the facility. There is also some parking along Cordova Street and in the right-of-way. That, too, is grandfathered. The area consists generally of multifamily residential, commercial, and industrial uses. And there are some photos of the facility itself and the associated parking on pages 13 to 19 of the package. The new facility is or will be essentially the same as the existing facility, but with a remodeled interior to conform to the new CCRC ordinance AO 2011-001S1. By remodeling the interior of the facility to eliminate individual kitchens and provide common dining area, the required amount of space per resident is reduced, and the applicant will be able to add more clients. The structure itself is not changing size, no change to the footprint, no change to the outside of the building. As a result of these interior changes, the applicant will be able to add perhaps up to 296 clients. There are currently 192 clients. Into the standards, the general standards 2150-020 on page 5, that the proposal furthers the goals and policies of the comprehensive development plan and conforms to the development plan manner of 2105. The standard is met. There are 3 policies from the comprehensive plan on page 5 and 6 identified for you that are applicable to this project. The project was also reviewed for conformance with the downtown plan. Because the building is not being enlarged and no changes are being made to the exterior of the building, the project is consistent insofar as it can be with the downtown plan. In effect, it's grandfathered again for all of those issues. Should the applicant have desired to expand the building or make some other changes, it might have been necessary or required for them to qualify for certain bonus points. But the project, as proposed with these changes, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the downtown plan. Item B under the general standards on page 6 conforms to the standards for that use in this title. That standard is met, and those are the specific standards of the conditional use 2150-035, and I have inserted those specific standards into the middle of the general standards, so it does appear that we're taking these a little out of order, but we'll get back to the general standards towards the end. Under 2150-035, the standards for community correctional residential centers, the addition of beds requires authorization from Department of Health and Human Services and a permit based on square footage, essentially. The standard is met. The petition site is in the B2C district, but it is pre-1995 per this code standard, so in effect it is grandfathered. Once these individual kitchens are removed and common dining area is provided, a new occupancy level will be allowed. That has not yet been finally determined because we don't have we do not have architectural drawings submitted to show us what the exact square footage will be. Regarding item B on the new standards on page 7, no correctional center may locate within 1,250 feet. That standard is not applicable. This is an existing center. Item C on the same page and item D on page 8 are related items. They both deal with program and occupancy limits as now governed under Title 16. And as I just mentioned, we don't have a maximum occupancy rate established yet because architectural drawings have not been produced. They will be forthcoming after the conditional use has been decided. Item standard E on page 8, the center shall provide 1 off-street parking space per each full-time staff member based on anticipated staffing. There are currently 16 staff members. That's going to rise to 20. The applicant has stated in the application that there are 23 spaces. That includes 9 new spaces in addition to the existing 9 spaces shown on Lot 9 back on the as-built on page 3. There may be some issues with the parking lot in the sense that it won't be able to accommodate a total of 9 new spaces. The lot for parking, Lot 9, if you flip back to page 3 very quickly, dispense with this, you can see that the parking lot also trespasses over onto Lot 8A, which is MLP property. The parking lot, as one of the conditions, is going to be required to get a joint parking agreement to tie Lot 9 and Lot 11A together. The parking will have to fit on Lot 9, which is only 50 feet wide. In order to have parking on both sides of the lot and a two-way drive aisle, because there is only one access for the lot onto Lot 9, the lot would need to be 64 feet wide, and the lot is only 50 feet wide. So it's not going to be possible, at least from just a quick review, for the applicant to supply all of the parking spaces he was hoping. However, he only needs 4 more. So he should be able to accommodate those with a good parking plan on Lot 9, and the dumpster is located on Lot 9, and that's a condition later on in the report as well. So just to bring that to your attention, that we will be looking in detail at parking. It will be requiring a permit for parking on Lot 9, and there will be a joint parking agreement to tie Lot 9 to Lot 11A, and the Muni, of course, is party to that parking agreement. Standard F on page 8, correctional community residential center structured on the apartment concept shall adhere to the dwelling unit density. This standard is no longer applicable with the removal of the individual kitchens. This is not an apartment living concept. Item G, the refuse container just mentioned. It is on Lot 9. It will need to be screened, and it will need to be placed in such a way on the lot to be out of the front yard setback and to not hinder parking and to allow easy pickup by waste services. Item H, landscaping. The requirement is met per code. Landscaping essentially is grandfathered because the applicant is not making any changes to the exterior of the building. And item I on page 9, CCRCs shall not house sex offenders. This is partially grandfathered. There may be some sex offenders in the CCRC from pre-code times. However, none of the new beds, in other words, none above the existing 192 count, may be for sex offenders. And then back to the general standards, C, letter C on page 9, will be compatible with existing and planned land uses in the surrounding neighborhood and with the intent of the district. This is a very mixed-use area, multifamily, commercial, and industrial. The use of the property as a CCRC is not fully residential, and it is not fully institutional, so it is somewhat a mixture of uses. But as a conditional use, it is assumed that it is appropriate in this location, in this zoning district, and to deny it based on this standard would require some good findings of fact. Item D on page 9 will not have a permanently negative impact on the items listed below. Pedestrian, vehicular, traffic circulation, and safety. Most pedestrian issues, such as sidewalks and so forth, are grandfathered. The traffic circulation is largely concerned with the new parking lot on Lot 9, which we will be seeing again in detail in the department when the applicant comes in for a permit. Residents at the facility are not allowed to have automobiles, and only 4 additional staff members are being added, so that means we only need 4 additional parking spaces. Item D2, demand for and availability of public services and facilities. All facilities are in place and adequate for the expansion of clients. Item 3 on page 10, noise, air, water, and other forms of pollution. In the end, once any remodeling on the interior is done, we won't be seeing anything different than what we see now. The dumpster on Lot 9 will need to be screened and positioned properly on the lot. And one of the complaints I've been hearing and reading about in the public comments is that the dumpster is not properly maintained and controlled. So the commission, after hearing some testimony, if that is correct, may want to add a condition regarding policy, policing of the dumpster, how it's maintained, how the area on Lot 9 is cleaned up, and perhaps even if the dumpster needs more frequent emptying. And the last item, standard 4 on page 10, the maintenance of compatible and efficient development patterns and land uses. The use has been in existence since 1984. It has grown. The use as a CCRC will probably not have any greater impact on the surrounding area than a comparable-sized multifamily residential use would have. The zoning district is B2C, and B2C does not have a residential density. It's as many as you can fit on the property and still accommodate yard setbacks, parking, and so forth. But I would say that the proposed comprehensive plan, the new land use plan, does call for a density in this area of at least 35 dwelling units per acre. The department believes that the proposed use, as conditioned, is consistent with Anchorage 2020 and the general standards for conditional use approval, and we have 4 conditions on pages 10 and 11. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dean.
Through the chair, my question is of staff. I have a couple questions. And this you may have already covered, and I might have missed it. Do they have a permit for parking in the right-of-way on Cordova Street?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Dean, grandfathered. And
Okay.
You're probably going to hear me say that frequently.
Okay, great. And then when they go to remodel this building, will we see this building again or not?
No, ma'am, not unless you make that a condition. It's just in, after the conditional use, it's just in for permitting and for the joint parking agreement.
And why would we make it a request to see it again after the remodel or before a remodel? Any particular reason you can think of?
No, ma'am, I can't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Phelps.
I guess I want a clarification on exactly why we're hearing this conditional use request. My take on this situation is we're hearing it because we have to. Okay. Usually in a situation like this, we would be concerned about occupancy, and that's usually what the significant issue is. But my understanding is that that issue is not really before us. That issue is going to be dealt with, in fact, by the health department through its permitting system. So the question is that a correct interpretation?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Phelps, occupancy is a Title 16 issue. However, you are seeing it again because part of the rewrite for Title 16 and Title 21 does say changes to the existing CCRC for those areas of Title 21 over which you have jurisdiction do come back to you.
So what aspects of Title 21 are really pertinent here? I would think that the aspects of Title 21 that would be pertinent would be those things related to land use and off-site impacts.
Correct. And in this case, the biggest impact, off-site impact, is probably parking.
But from your staff presentation, they apparently meet the standards for parking.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Phelps, with the addition of the 4 new staff members, they need 4 additional parking spaces that they've not indicated in the past. And that is why the parking lot on Lot 9 is not grandfathered. That's how we can have them bring that lot as a parking lot up to current code standards.
So that's the way that we are intending to resolve the parking issue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pease?
Yes, I have 2 questions. Could staff speak to the issue of whether there would be expected to be any visitor parking, because at least one of the letters put before us suggests that there is visitor parking and there's no provision for it.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, yes, there are visitors. As a matter of fact, visitors are encouraged to help with the transition of the clients back into civilian life. Is there a requirement? No, the B2C doesn't have a parking requirement or restriction in that sense, and on-street parking is allowed.
Through the chair, one of the letters we received said that the Cordova Street at this location is very narrow, and on a steep grade, there's a 24-hour no parking zone on the east side of the street, which is continually filled with parked cars. Is that a situation that you had a chance to check?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, I was down twice. I didn't notice, and this was midday, this was not a morning or an evening rush hour, but down twice, and I did not notice an on-street parking issue. But if there are people parked on the side with no parking sign, that's obviously a code enforcement or a police issue. I'm not sure, did I answer your question?
Yes and no. You indicated there is on-street parking, and that's maybe I'm not sure if that is in contradiction to the written letter or not. And then the other question is Cordova Street developed to urban standards? In looking at the air photo, I don't see curb, gutter, sidewalk, anything of that nature.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, much as Cordova Street was discussed on the previous case, it is not developed to standards, but project management and engineering and the traffic engineer said it was adequate. And parking is allowed on portions of Cordova and 2nd Avenue. So that's why I mentioned that part for visitor parking.
Okay, and my second question is, how would you figure or calculate the residential density, given that these aren't typical dwelling units? But it looks to me as if it's 13,000 square feet, so a third or a quarter of an acre. And it would have possibly, they're varying numbers, 300 residents, 325, one letter suggested. How do you calculate the density, the residential density in this situation?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, if I understand the question, a calculation for this type of use to a density, a residential density equivalent, isn't really an apples-to-apples type comparison. Density as a halfway house, as a CCRC, isn't done that way. But if, I think the comparison I was trying to make in one of the standards is that if this were developed as residential in B2C, it could have a minimum of 35 units an acre and only be limited by yard setbacks and parking requirements. I don't think I've answered your question, though.
Well, I guess through the chair, I'm trying to look at code, and on page 10, staff responds to condition D4 that this use will have no greater impact on the surrounding area than a comparable size multifamily residential use would have. Is there any other residential use around here that has 300 residents approximately on a third of an acre? And would a multifamily residential development for that many residents looks different than this, have different site features, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Chairman,
like parking.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, parking would probably be one of the biggest issues, and for an apartment complex with just the one lot in order to maximize the number of units would probably need to have either underground parking or parking on the first or second or even third levels of a multi-story building. Does this building bear a resemblance to other multifamilies in the area? If you were to drive past it without seeing any of the signs or any of the correctional center vehicles out front, you would probably just take it for a large apartment building. It's my understanding that originally it was a condo development. Are there other developments similar to this in the area? Yes, there are other multifamily, but do they have approximately 250 to 300 people on a third of an acre? Not to my knowledge. But again, the comparison is a little bit different. As a halfway house, it's not quite the same. 35 dwelling units an acre, limited only by parking and yard setbacks. We could be talking many two-bedroom units with 4 people. Certainly, we'd be talking about a lot more automobiles than would be on site than will be with the CCRC.
Thank you.
Mr. Phelps?
So I'm going back to this occupancy issue and how you calculate the number of folks that would actually reside in there. My understanding is that there has been a change in the municipal code. We dealt with that recently. And that change provides for a different method for calculating the number of residents that could reside in a facility of this type. The question I would have, it might be to health, is this a discretionary decision on the part of health, or is it a situation where if you have a certain square footage or meet certain standards in the ordinance, that it's a straightforward calculation of the number of people that could be at that location?
Mr. Phelps, I think this is working now, through the chair. It's a relatively straightforward calculation that would be made by health. It's based on the amount of living space in the standard of 100 square foot per resident or occupant per looking at the living area. There's another criteria that plays into this and is probably likely the driver in this facility, and that is bedroom space is also defined in our ordinance. There's a certain requirement for the amount of bedroom space and unencumbered bedroom space per occupant. Since they're not knocking down the walls and reconfiguring the bedrooms, that is likely going to be the driver on the number of occupants that we will be able to approve.
But that determination is made by health. It's not made in this arena, correct?
That's correct. I think, though, that through the chair, it would be good maybe to take a moment to respond to one of your earlier questions about why this might even be before planning and zoning. I think that density is addressed in Title 16, 1680 now, Chapter 1680, but the overall the question of how many residents can be allowed in this facility without impacting the neighborhood as a condition of the facility being placed in a neighborhood, I think is appropriately before planning and zoning. We will look at the ordinance to look at whether the facility will accommodate the residents that they're proposing to place there, whether their plan of operation is adequate to provide services to those folks. We have an obligation to look at whether services are provided as they're intended under the ordinance and whether residents' rights of the neighbors are being protected as well. That's part of our responsibility. But I don't think that negates your ability as a Planning and Zoning Commission to decide whether how many residents could be appropriately placed in this building in this neighborhood.
That may be so, but the difficulty is that there has been a determination that we, meaning Title 21, are not to make that determination. That has been transferred to health.
Well, through the chair, I'm not an attorney, but I suspect that if you were, if you were to find that you had a problem with the number of residents, it would have to be based on the placement of the facility within the community, which is a planning or zoning question, not the number of residents that the facility can properly house and treat. That's been transferred to the Health Department as a Title 16 decision, but I think the question about what impact this facility might have on the residents in the neighborhood is properly before planning and zoning, I think. And I'm not a planner and I'm not an attorney, but I would suggest that it is appropriate for you to consider that.
Okay, let's work on that assumption, and the question would be then, from a planning perspective, then how do we focus on the land use issues? Because the dilemma here is you're not really increasing the demand, so to speak, or the parking generation or the traffic demand. You're basically potentially housing additional people in a specific space that has been there for a long, long time. And I don't know how, maybe the staff knows this, but I don't know how you make a determination as to whether or not this is an appropriate use at this location, given the number of residents, because we're not really seeing demonstrable off-site impacts. So it's a question, I suppose, of staff, because I'm really concerned about us going down the avenue of how big this is in terms of number of residents. And I don't think we can go that direction, but what you're suggesting is to go in that direction indirectly, and that's going to lead us down an alley.
Mr. Phelps, through the chair, I'm not trying to suggest that you go that direction. I'm just trying to make the distinction in answer to your first question, why are you hearing this? I think you could choose to go that direction. I just don't think you can use the density requirement in terms of the amount of square footage per resident as your basis for doing so. I think that's been moved to Title 16 to the Health Department.
Well, then help me here. What do we base it upon?
Mr. Chairman, let me take a stab at that. Thanks, Tony. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Phelps, the department shares your conundrum. It's something we have discussed, and I do agree with Mr. Barrett and Health and Human Services determination. Title 16 sets maximums. If the Planning Commission believes that there are off-site impacts that can be related to the occupancy, regardless of what that occupancy ends up being, if you can associate those with findings of fact with the standards under item D for Delta, the ones on page 9, pedestrian and vehicular traffic, demand for facilities and services, noise, air, pollution, and the maintenance of compatible and efficient development patterns and land use intensities. If you can find under those 4 standards grounds that a number is not working because parking's not adequate, pedestrian facilities are not adequate, could probably think of a number of items given time, but if you could relate it to one of those 4 standards, the department does believe you could limit below the maximum that DHHS will calculate, but it does need to be clearly related to one of those 4 standards and supported with findings of fact.
If I may, again, it's true, I think, after this discussion that we do have the authority. The question is if we can meet those standards and whether we have justification for those standards to be imposed. Frankly, when I look at these standards, because of the fact that we're just housing additional people, it's difficult to, for me at least, to make the assessment there are additional vehicular impacts or demand for public facilities and services, noise, air, and other impacts. And because of the staff recommendation, presumably you came to the same conclusion.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Phelps, we did. A theoretical popped into my head, so let me just wing it here for a moment that might apply to one of those 4 standards. Let's assume that there is a Title 16 or a state requirement for a certain number of residents requiring a certain number of staff, a certain number of counselors, and just make up numbers. Every 10 residents needs 1 staff member. So 100 residents needs 10 staff members, 300 residents needs 30 staff members, but they cannot provide the parking for the 30 staff members. Now you have a direct relationship between the 2 codes to say, well, you can't provide 30 parking spaces, you can only provide 25, So your occupancy per square foot may be calculated at 300 per Title 16, but under Title 21, we're going to limit you to 250 clients. Does that help?
I guess it helps, but what I've seen so far is that you have a sense of the number of staff people that are going to be here, and based upon that sense, you have a certain determination of parking space requirements, and it's apparent that the standard is met by the provision of a joint parking authority or agreement.
Right, which is why we're recommending approval.
Okay.
Ms. Pease?
I just wanted to suggest that we see if there's any public testimony about the impacts of the additional pedestrian and vehicle traffic. That's one thing that seems to be obvious if you increase the density. And so we have written testimony, and I was going to suggest that we see what those impacts might be and move to the public hearing.
I think right now we're trying to get ourselves wrapped around this thing as to what we are authorized to do, and I suggest we continue that by questioning staff, and then we'll take testimony. So, Mr. Wilson?
Could staff tell me, in the recommendations of the department to the commission, there was no mention of the foregoing discussion and option. Was it perhaps what you're saying now is to us verbally in your report is that there is the possibility that we could find X, Y, or Z. We didn't discuss that in our report, however. I'm curious why not?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilson, partially because we believe the standards are met for the anticipated number of clients is why we didn't come up with a condition recommending that the department thinks only 210 clients can be accommodated. I did not mean to shut you out of an enlarged conversation with the limits of Title 16 and Title 21, but that's one reason we had Mr. Barrett here come along to the meeting, because we knew we'd be getting into it and that this discussion would be coming.
Yeah, and I as a new commission member, I appreciate the education I'm getting here. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying you're raising more verbally here than was raised in the report, and I'm just wondered whether there was any particular reason. The second question is on the impact on traffic or parking in the area. Are any of the standards not met by approving this?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilson, first, in regard to your earlier comment, this is new to all of us. This is the first one of these under the new regs.
Okay.
It's a learning experience for all of us. The standard that is clearly not met is parking with the addition of the 4 new staff members, which is how we are able to rope lot number 9 with the off-site parking lot into the whole package.
But with that recommendation on roping lot 9 into the parking solution, now you're in compliance?
Yes, sir.
For parking. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Tony Barrett over in Health. May I add just one thing to that? I think Mr. Wilson and others have raised a question. We, the Health Department, hasn't reviewed. We don't have an application in hand to review from the facility. It may well be that if they're going to increase the residential capacity by 50%, they may need to increase staffing by 50% as well. So the point that Al Barrett made a moment ago about whether 20 staff or additional staff might be necessary, I don't know yet. I haven't reviewed their proposal, and I haven't looked at their rationale for the number of staff needed for the residents that they're proposing to have. Perhaps they'll be able to respond a bit to that tonight, although I'm dropping that question on them kind of impromptu. But that is an issue. If we do decide that there should be more staff than they've proposed in order to adequately manage the facility, then we'll have to come back with planning, as will they, and figure out what that means in terms of parking and how will they address that.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Pease?
Yeah, in trying to sort of stick to what is our jurisdiction or what's our responsibility here, through the chair, Mr. Barrett, if this were to be developed as a residential facility, wouldn't there be some assumption that even if it's mostly non-drivers or all non-drivers, there's going to be additional vehicle traffic? That's one question. And second, if it were to be all walkers, all the inhabitants are to be walkers, wouldn't the developer be involved somehow in upgrading the pedestrian access?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, yes, your 2 points on traffic could go either way. As a purely residential use, yes, it's a terrific location, convenient downtown and so forth, but I cannot imagine zero automobiles, and we would use the code standard based on the number of bedrooms and the size of the bedrooms to calculate what their parking requirement would be. Would those developers be required to make pedestrian improvements? It would be the type of application they were in for if they were before you. It would depend on if they were grandfathered for anything, whether or not a plat was involved, or whether the previous use had also been residential units and now is an expansion of residential units, would have a say in whether or not we would require them to make the pedestrian improvements. A lot of it hinges, as it hinges with this case, on what are they grandfathered for, so I can't really give you a complete answer.
Just one more attempt to get at this issue. When this commission reviewed Carluck Manor, there was, that's a facility also where all of the residents will not be allowed to drive, or are non-drivers. So it was acknowledged that there would be a considerable increase in pedestrian traffic, and there was great concern to whether there were adequate sidewalks. Now, those people did have some other special needs. But I haven't seen any of that kind of analysis here as to whether there are sidewalk safe connections for all these additional people who will be pedestrians only.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, Carluck Manor, change of use, different application, different permits, though that project could be required to make those changes that you've mentioned. Not grandfathered, especially because of the change of use.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Frederick?
Thank you. I guess I'm addressing this to Mr. Barrett, but I find it interesting that we're seeing this application without any kind of review by the Department of Health and Human Services. And so if we're supposed to be addressing the potential impacts on the community by the number of residents and the parking requirements, et cetera, we don't really know what those are going to be. So it seems to me like we're getting the cart before the horse here, so to speak. It may be that the department's review says that although they may not be able to handle the number of residents that they're proposing, they may require that they increase staff more than the 4 that they're proposing now, which would directly impact parking, and then it would have to come back to us, and that seems remarkably inefficient to me to be dealing with it on that basis. Is there a requirement that we review this conditional use before the department does their analysis of the internal use of the facility?
Through the chair, Mr. Fredericks, there is a requirement that before we can approve an application that it has the appropriate approval from planning and zoning. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have a review and make our comment and make our approval conditioned on your approval, just as your approval is conditioned on ours. I think probably part of what's happening here is a bit of a catch-22. Which approval in the first place makes the most sense? And the way these two ordinances are written, the assumption is that the first and most logical decision and approval to make is whether housing people in this kind of a setting within this community makes good sense and is an appropriate thing to do in this community or in this residential area. And that's appropriately before planning and zoning. The health department shouldn't be involved in the decision about whether to permit an operation before a decision is made whether that operation can even exist in the community. So usually we don't make decisions, whether it's a decision for a restaurant or a decision for a child care facility or for a correctional facility or habilitation facility of any kind. We wouldn't make those decisions until it's been determined that that's an appropriate land use within that area. And recognizing in this case, we could come back and say, after our review, we've imposed some additional conditions which will require changes in the plan, and it may have to come back before you. It's not terribly efficient, but we haven't done one of these for a decade, and now we have a new set of rules to do it. So we're not going to be as efficient as we'd like to be, I'm sure.
Part two of that answer, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Frederick, is in order to allow Mr. Barrett and Department of Health and Human Services to do that kind of analysis would have required a fairly extensive and expensive set of architectural drawings from the applicant with no guarantee that the conditional use was going to be approved. So that's the reason we put the cart before the horse on this one. It's something we felt we could live with.
Thank you.
Mr. Phelps?
I guess I must admit, I am extremely frustrated at this point. Because, frankly, I don't see how the Commission can make a decision without additional specifics. If you're basically telling us that you have to make a computation as to the number of staff members that are going to be permitted, that means you have to have a fairly explicit idea of the development possibility that the developer has in mind. Whenever we've heard these before, we had a development proposal. We knew what we were getting. This instance, we don't know what we're getting. We just know that it may or may not be, it's a conditional use issue. But if the issue is framed in terms of, is this just an allowable use, an appropriate use in this area, the answer probably, at least for me, is yes, because it's been there since 1985. The issue really is an appropriate use, although that's the staff argument. The question is an appropriate use of a particular type with certain types of impacts? And frankly, we don't have the information, at least not this evening, to make a decision like that. So I just don't see why we are proceeding in the way that we are. It makes much more sense, from my perspective, to get more of the detail in terms of what is intended in terms of the development and what the requirements are, so we can translate that into some sort of land use considerations. I realize that was a statement of opinion, and I'm sorry, I apologize, but I have a certain amount of frustration at this point.
Mr. Parks?
I guess one of the questions that I would have, Mr. Barrett, is that if you can't give us the direction of how many people are going to use it and how many parking spots are going to be required, we already know that a conditional use has been given to this facility. Now it's a matter of number. And until we know the number of required parking spots and the use, I'm somewhat like some of the other commissioners. It's very difficult for me to say yes, because we could say yes and then they go out and do all the planning, and you say, no, you can't because you don't have enough people to facilitate that need. To me, I also feel that the cart's before the horse, unless you can give us some kind of a reference point that says, here's what you have to have, and they do meet those needs. I know it meets all the requirements, but how do we make a decision when we don't have all the answers?
Any further questions for staff? Okay, well, let's hope that some of our questions are answered when we have the petitioner's representative and some of the people that testify in the case. So, petitioner's representative is here, I would assume? Okay, fine. You've got 10 minutes, sir, and if you could come forward and state your name for the record, the public hearing is open.
I'm Trey Watson on behalf of Cornell Corrections of Alaska, Cordova Center. I'm the Senior Director in charge of oversight for 3 of the Anchorage CCRCs. I'm here in support of Cornell's application for an amendment to its existing conditional use permit. I would like to take a moment to explain the role and function of the CCRCs. We currently operate under a contract from the Alaska Department of Corrections to house primarily 2 types of offenders. The first type are program residents who are either transitioning from a longer-term sentence from prison back into society, or are there for violating a probation or parole order. The other status of resident is either serving a short-term misdemeanor charge or awaiting trial. All eligible residents are required to perform a minimum of 40 hours community work service at various nonprofit and government agencies all over Anchorage. As well, the CCRCs provide the eligible residents the opportunity to engage in programmatic and therapeutic services, including employment skills, not available to them in jail and certainly not on the streets. The CCRCs also provide an increased level of safety and security to the public and the residents. Cordova security staff perform physical head counts in the building every hour and do outer building perimeter checks at random times during each shift, at 3 shifts a day. Staff also perform room and property searches. All residents are subjected to frequent searches via breathalyzer testing and random UA testing that detects the presence of drugs or alcohol in the body. Many residents do not leave the building, at least not unsupervised, but are only by transport or supervised by staff at the CCRC. Staff performs surveillance by phone and in the community and in any and all locations that our residents utilize. While some of the residents do utilize the public transportation system and walk a specified route from the center to the nearest bus stop and other locations, at no time are our residents allowed mingling or loitering outside the facility or elsewhere. Surveillance officers physically go to job sites, community work service locations, work searches, passes, the job center, and even treatment facilities to verify that the residents are at specified locations at the right time and that they're being appropriate while there. To address the parking issue, parking is allowed on the street as far as we know. There's additional parking in front of the building for visitors. And as well, we plan to stagger the visitation out, if this is approved, all throughout the week at different times during the day to minimize the impact on the streets. The only change being sought by Cornell's application is to increase the number of residents as permitted by recent amendments to Title 16 and 21. We believe this change will be beneficial to the Anchorage area. The proposed change helps to achieve the Anchorage 2020 Comprehensive Plan. Increasing the number of occupants at the Cordova Center, which has been around since 1995, will allow the State of Alaska DOC and Federal Bureau of Prisons to place more offenders in a structured, supervised, and safe environment. By doing so, we can further achieve the goals of the 2020 plan by expanding the availability of transitional and special needs housing in the downtown area at the current location. This allows other space to remain available for other uses identified as appropriate by the downtown district. The proposed change could also increase public safety and reduce recidivism. Placement in the CCRCs can lead to a reduction of homelessness and recidivism by providing offenders tools, structure, and skills necessary for successful reintegration into society. Program residents are provided with a comprehensive release plan as well as a mandatory savings of their money so that they have the funds necessary for independent housing upon release. In contrast, when beds are not available in CCRCs, correctional agencies have no choice but to release people without providing support as they are thrust back into society. Other services are offered and are facilitated for our residents at the Cordova Center as well. Program residents are aided in acquiring a substance abuse assessment and treatment if needed, as well as job placement assistance, access to recreational and law libraries, and regulated disbursement of prescription over-the-counter medicine and treatments. Many Cordova residents make a positive impact on the community and the state. Residents provide thousands of hours of community work services required of the program. In fiscal year 08-09, Cordova Center residents logged 25,800 hours of community work service in Anchorage. In fiscal year 09-10, residents contributed over 26,000 hours of community work service. Increasing the number of residents provides more people able and willing to perform the hours of much-needed community work service in Anchorage at locations such as the Senior Center, Beans Cafe, Change Point Church. As well, we assist the Department of Transportation in clearing crosswalks in the winter, cleaning trash in the summer. Program residents that are employed outside the center are required to pay 25% of their gross pay back to the state of Alaska to offset their housing costs. As well, we facilitate for other residents that are paying restitution, court fees, and child support by managing their accounts as well. We feel the requested increase in residents makes sense economically as well. While it is financially a positive for the company, increasing our bed count will also necessitate the creation of several more jobs at all levels at the center. To address the staffing issue, staffing is a contractual requirement by the state of Alaska and is set forth in statute depending on how many residents you have in the center. For example, over 25 residents requires 3 staff, and so forth and so on. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have, and I'd like to save their additional time if there is any for rebuttal.
Okay, fine. You've got 5 minutes and 22 seconds for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Mr. Frederick?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Dawson, right?
Mr. Watson?
Watson?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I think we probably all can assume that there's going to be some additional impact on the surrounding communities with additional folks in the building, whether it's additional traffic generated by visitors to the facility or additional traffic by suppliers delivering more food supplies or whatever it happens to be. There's going to be some level of impact. And I'm curious how your process or the process of the company in determining that there was additional need that would require you expand your population in the building. In other words, where are these folks going to come from? Where are they now that then they would move into your facility?
Right. Yes, sir. The Alaska Department of Corrections, as well as the Federal Bureau of Prisons, has solicited us, in essence, for more beds of this type, so that those residents would, the Alaska residents, for example, would come from the Anchorage jail and other jails in the state. For the Bureau of Prisons, the residents would come from different federal facilities throughout the country, but as best they can be, they would all live, or at least had lived, a previous address in the Anchorage area.
So would the new beds be occupied by people that basically fit the same categories of folks that are currently?
That's correct. There would be no change in the type of status, it would just be an increase in the amount of beds.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Wilson?
You gave a ratio of staff for folks that live there, but you didn't. It kind of teases me into asking the question of if it went up to as high as the highest possible number, 296, I think. How many staff, in your understanding, would that require?
Currently, in the standards, which are set by statute, it's called the Alaska Community Correctional Standards, which we abide by. We write our policies from. Currently, it lists that if you have a facility that has over 150 residents, then you must have 5 active, alert, awake staff at any given time. That's security staff dedicated to that function. And that's as high as the requirement goes. But we feel for safety and other reasons that we would need to add at least one more additional staff to that roster to cover the amount of people.
To cover the full 296?
Correct. At least one, yes. That's the dedicated staff member. That doesn't include drivers and surveillance officers, which also serve a surveillance or a security function as well.
When you have a staff shift change,
right?
Is there an issue of parking during that time?
Not currently, no, and we wouldn't foresee one. As we would add to the staff as necessary.
There's no overlap between this shift and the next shift to kind of transfer information?
There is some overlap, but we haven't had an issue with parking. During business hours, there's probably the most amount of cars that are there, and even in that situation, shift changes at 7 a.m., 3 p.m., and 11 p.m. at night. So the 3 p.m. shift change would probably be the most congested, but there's no issue currently.
And where do they park?
They park either in front of the building or up on the upper lot.
in front of the building?
On Cordova Street. We have certain designated spots on Cordova Street, and then the additional parking is up on the upper lot.
Okay. And that's adequate for your projected, the solution that's suggested in the department's recommendation is to bring in Lot 9 parking to enhance the off-street.
Right. We currently use that spot now, but to further enhance, I believe is the way that's worded. Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Phelps?
To me, the conversion from one level of, I guess you might call it, use by people that are quartered there, or residents, I guess you would say, from the level it is now to what it could be, is, I think, a straightforward calculation based upon the new Title 16 requirements. Okay, that's my sense of the situation in any event. And so it would seem as if the health department runs the numbers and finds that that number that you have estimated is well inside the capability, well inside the statutory limits, they'll probably find, or they may find, that the use could be appropriate. The issue that we're trying to grapple with is I think, the impacts associated with that use. And that gets to a certain section of this staff analysis. This is pages 9 and 10 of the staff analysis. And what I'm getting a sense of is that it seems to be the perception that even though there's a very large increase in the number of residents in the facility, there is no corresponding necessarily impact associated with that particular increase. And just as a matter of logic, it would seem that there would be some impact to traffic, some impact to pedestrian use. And the question I have is that, in your opinion, will there be a significant impact associated with this increase in residents? And if not, why not?
I think if we allowed operations to continue as they are, there would certainly be an impact. But our plan, at least for visiting, for example, which is probably when we have the most vehicles and people at the center at any given one time. Currently, we do visitation 4 times a week. We would spread that out to encompass probably the majority of the week, 7 days a week. And we do it at different times so that all the residents would be allowed as much visitation as possible, but at the same time to minimize the impact on traffic so that not all 300 residents will be getting a visit at one time. That would be, quite frankly, inconceivable. So we would spread that out over a period of days and times to minimize that impact. We do most of our own pickup for supplies. We have one janitorial supply and one vending supplier. Otherwise, we do a good bit of our own pickups for food and items like that. So slightly more frequency, perhaps, but not much more anyway, vehicular traffic in that regard.
What about pedestrian movement? Do you expect a lot of additional people walking to the bus stops?
Not that many people. Say if we increased by 60 people, 30 or less of those would probably be program residents, so that they would be the only ones that would be allowed to actually walk out of the building as it is unsupervised, to be traveling up to the bus stop and job center, places like that. So some increase, yes, but not the entire number of people that we would potentially increase up to.
And you would think that increase would not be significant upon the neighborhood. Is that your sense of the situation?
I don't think it would be significant in the sense that it would add any more security risk or a loitering risk of those things. Our residents aren't allowed to loiter, aren't allowed to linger. I know there have been some concerns of that, and we certainly read those, and I always appreciate that information. And we can do things to mitigate that and further do an even better job of what we do now. If that means increasing staff, escorting those people at a certain time of day up the hill to make sure that they stay out of the way of traffic, don't loiter, don't malinger around, then that can be done. That's an easy fix.
I guess that's my point, is I think there are some impacts, and I think there are some mitigation measures that you can utilize to deal with some of those impacts in terms of movement to the bus stop, in terms of visitation parking, because that is a major consideration, is that visitation parking, which is not addressed here, actually. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Ms. Pease?
Yes, to follow up on that, I gather then that you have some statistics or at least some observations on the amounts of visitor parking, and is this something you've provided to staff, and I guess this is partly also to staff. Wouldn't this be important information to calculate whether visitor parking now or at maximum capacity can be met on street or needs to be accommodated in parking spots? So do you have, first of all, do you have information, what are you using for you're recognizing that parking is creating some overloading, it sounds like, and that you need to spread out visitation to spread out parking. So do you have information, and will you be calculating with staff the actual parking that you're anticipating at any one given time, peak parking?
I don't have any numbers that I'm aware of. I'm going to refer this to Barbara, or can she assist me in answering this question? But as far as I know, we don't have those numbers of vehicles.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure. Barbara Simpson Craft, Davis Wright Tremaine, counsel for the petitioner. As for the parking on the visitor side, to my knowledge, there haven't been any actual written complaints or anything delivered to you on those so far. But knowing that if you have more people there and you want family members to come and visit, they had even several months ago decided to start staggering the visitors so that you would have, say, 20 residents at a time. You'd have an alpha section, whatever that magic number is, and say you are entitled to have visitors Wednesday from 3 to 5 and Sunday from 1 to 2. Then you pick a different 20, and they get a different timing, so that it's spread out throughout the day. You're always looking at their work schedules so that they are there when their visitor is supposed to come and see them. But as far as parking having been a problem, it hasn't been brought to their awareness. It's just something they know because they run these facilities around the nation. And so they recognize that people come to see them. Not every visitor comes in a vehicle. Obviously, some may come by the city bus or other forms of public transportation. It's one of the reasons why the facility is located where it is, so that availability is there.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the petitioner? Okay, sir, you've got 5 minutes and 22 seconds for rebuttal when the time comes, and meanwhile, we'll go ahead and take some more testimony here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to testify? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Tom Biss. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage. I'll be really brief, and I don't know if these are really appropriate comments to make, but in this forum. A few years ago, I did some contract work for the State Department of Corrections. It was then that I developed an interest in how we punish and how we reintegrate offenders into our society. And one of the things that I learned is the importance of the transitional period from incarceration to an unsupervised life. For many years, the Cordova Center has successfully provided the guidance and the structure necessary to help minimize the instances of reoffending while having a minimal negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. As the population of our communities grow, the legislature continues to increase penalties to include longer and increasingly expensive periods of incarceration. Transitional housing and life skills guidance has become not only more necessary but a much more economical alternative. Cordova Center provides a valuable service to our community. Its plan to increase capacity without expanding its footprint, I think, should be applauded, and I wholeheartedly support it and encourage you to do the same thing.
Are there any questions for Mr. Bliss? Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dennis Sullivan. I also am a lifetime resident, well, since 1965 I've lived in Anchorage. The questions that I have that might apply to this board here, this group here, is if they are changing their attempt to serve meals rather than having the meals prepared by the residents in their units by the kitchens that are there now that they're going to remove in order to increase their bed space. Would not that include food service workers, et cetera, deliveries of food that are different from the ones that they have now? Wouldn't that make some kind of an impact on their facility? And on their staff, when they are preparing the food themselves, would they not need to increase their staff in order to do that? Also, who runs these seminars and training, and are the class sizes merely going to be increased, or would there be more trainers, more people involved, more traffic, with increasing the size by 1/3 or a 60% increase in population? It would seem that there would also need to be some increase above what he is discussing of adding one security officer to oversee the increase. My questions that I was coming up with here are more pertinent probably to the health department and the other planning facilities that are going to be looking at the structure that they're going to redo. Are there impact studies of the increased population on neighborhoods? What are the sizes of the other areas where these facilities exist, and has Cornell presented these impact studies, or has the Department of Corrections looked into the recidivism rate as opposed to a small individually oriented facility as opposed to the large warehousing type that they're applying here? This seems to be a massive increase in density of a population rather than just a increase in size of a facility, and their staffing does not seem to be adequate to obtain the same results that the current staff has for the current number of people living there. As a resident, I have had some run-ins with the residents of the Cordova Center. I've had run-ins with other people downtown, too. I don't see that they are any less or more dangerous or intrusive than the other people downtown, but this would be an increase of, as I say, 60%. That's what they're looking for, is a 60% increase in a very small area, all of them using the same facility and same access to this area. Thank you.
Okay, sir, just a minute. Are there any questions for Mr. Sullivan? No, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Pease?
Yes, the kinds of run-ins, is this with pedestrians? Is this right at the facility, or is this blocks away? Just so that we can get an idea of what the pedestrian pattern that might be that's resulted in the run-ins.
Both the residents passing the building where I live, stopping and smoking under the awning that we have for our garbage area, the smoke then going into our garage. Not often. It doesn't happen often, but one time when I was passing the building, one of the residents tried to entice my 11-year-old daughter inside. I was not amused, and like I say, it doesn't happen often. We try not to walk by it very often, but judging from the other comments that I've seen other residents make, this is not uncommon, that the residents there are controlled by a small number of security officers, and they are indicated felons, they are indicated offenders, and having more control would be better.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Sullivan? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Greetings. My name is Sue Button. I am the owner of Lot 10, which is shown on the as-built. I bought that property approximately 11 years ago. I want to be very clear and upfront about this. I am not here to say this facility should not be here. I think it should be there. I think it's a good use in the community. What I am asking the zoning board right now is to keep the cap at the capacity that it is now, that it has been. I think that increasing the capacity by 50 to 70% will in fact have a huge increase in the area. Based on the proposal, and I have written the concerns, but I wanted to put a face to my concerns here. Promote the availability and support housing opportunities for homeless and persons with special needs. I could see the special needs piece with people coming out of incarceration. However, people coming out of incarceration are in fact not homeless. I don't think that this meets that particular standard. It's a transitional correctional facility. It's temporary. These folks will not have ties to the community. It is sometimes less than a week that the residents are there. I think the staffing issue has been addressed. I talked to Mr. Barrett at Health and Human Services. There is not specifically a standard or a ratio addressed. However, what Mr. Watson talked about, 150 over 150 equals 5 security folks, then that gives a ratio of 30, and it sounds like that Cornell is proposing only adding one more security, which means that that one more is one person for 100 more people, possibly. The increased proposal is 104 to 133, depending. Refuse containers and facilities shall be enclosed. That's been addressed. It's not enclosed. The litter is an issue. Will not have a permanent impact on the listed below pedestrian and vehicular traffic. I think that's been addressed. But I want to specifically point out, grandfathered or not grandfathered, that piece of road is very narrow, and there is a big safety issue currently with pedestrians and vehicles. If we're adding 50 to 70% more people in that facility, there are going to be more safety issues with that. Noise, air, water pollution, some people would call resident shouting pollution, others would not. But again, there's a standard. I don't think that's met. The maintenance of compatible and efficient development patterns of land use. The land use talks about providing housing. Everything that Cornell is proposing is they're going from a family unit style, which is very therapeutic in transition, but they're talking about going from a family style unit to more of an institutional setting. I don't think that is in use with the property. There was no impact. I've talked to several people in the zoning commission.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Button?
Yes.
Good, Ms. Pace.
Could you explain a little bit specifically what the pedestrian safety issues are that you've observed?
I lived, there was a house, it's no longer there, it burned, but when I lived down there, I had to, when I came into my driveway, I had to make sure that I backed in the wintertime because it's so steep there and there's so much ice. There is no pedestrian walkway on that area. It's a very narrow street. I realize it's grandfathered, but there's also 2 blind turns there, so it's very difficult to see cars coming and going, as well as it's very difficult to see pedestrians, and very often pedestrians walk down the middle of the street because it is so narrow.
So if I may, is there a shoulder, and is it just two traffic lanes, or is there a shoulder?
2 traffic lanes. There is not a shoulder. The right-of-way, it's not a conforming right-of-way, according to what you would find on streets now. Okay. And I shouldn't say, again, it's grandfathered, so using the word conforming isn't good. But no, the setbacks are not there on what's considered a standard street.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Button? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify? Is there anybody else that wishes to testify? Okay. Oh, wait, we got one person in the back here. Okay. Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Rodman Putt. I am, I guess you could say, a beneficiary of the Cordova Center. I'm not really here to, lobby for or against, I guess. I'm not going to take a side, but I want to tell you what I do know. I have picked up and supervised, estimated about 800 to date of the inmates that reside at Cordova Center, and we utilize them to do many different aspects of the job at Change Point Church. We make 4 stops almost every day a week, some days only twice, to pick up and drop off in that location, and we don't run into any parking issues or pedestrian traffic. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying at the times that we are there, we never have an issue with parking. Now, we do have an issue of getting up the hill when it snows, but that's not really what we're addressing here. But in that setting, that we just don't run into that. And I would like to state that just because they're in the halfway house, we have experienced run-ins ourselves, supervising them and picking up and people yelling out the windows and stuff of that nature. But I don't know, I guess I would just like to state that they didn't necessarily get there for being smart. So, you know, one bad apple can spoil the bunch, but let's not take that into consideration. That's it.
Sir, could you spell your last name for us, please?
P as in Paul, U-T-T.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any questions for Mr. Putt? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to testify? Okay, Mr. Watson, you've got 5:22 for rebuttal. And we're probably going to have some questions for you. Ms. Pease, can you want to hold your question until he's finished his rebuttal, or you want to start off with a question?
I can wait.
Okay, thank you.
More for staff.
Okay, thank you. In addressing the issue of extra staff, that perhaps I didn't talk about security staff, to the best of our knowledge, we've accounted for all the extra staff we would need, including the food service staff, any additional case management, counselor type employees, drivers, those things, into the parking plan. I'm sorry.
Could you speak a little slower? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Certainly. An issue was raised that we may not have accounted for all the additional staff that may be needed to facilitate the move where we take out the residential-style kitchens and add in an institutional kitchen, that we would need kitchen managers and additional case managers, counselors, those type of things. We have accounted into the parking plan and staffing pattern all of those additional positions that we would need. In reference to residents misbehaving, yelling out the windows, things of that nature, it's because of one of the neighbors that we had that we actually added numbers on the windows so that it would be more easily identifiable who was making the gestures, noises, things of that nature. And of course, I would prefer not to mention the exact security procedures that we need, as the element of surprise is of course, fundamental in what we do, but, taking concerns from the citizens of the community. We have a community relations board meeting frequently during the year, and we take input from those folks to make recommendations, make changes of operations, address issues of that nature. Let's see. What's the other issue? Previous to these meetings, I addressed 3 different community councils, the Fairview Community Council twice. We addressed the Downtown Community Council, as well as the Downtown Partnership, all of which voted in approval of our recommendation and our proposal to increase. We did speak with some of the neighbors, weren't able to get in touch with all of them, but we did speak with some of the neighbors, including our next-door neighbor, the Linford Building, and they're in support of this as well. So, and I believe this makes about the 7th meeting, public-wise, that we've had regarding this issue. So. I'd like to add again that for the increase of residents that we are going to, or we're proposing to get, all of those residents would not be exiting the building unless, of course, in the case of, a fire emergency, something of that nature, would not be exiting the building all at the same time every morning at 8 o'clock. We do things currently in a staggered time frame as well. The residents that work go out to work service passes on different times. They go to jobs at different times. They work shift work. So there's people leaving and coming at different times, not all at the same time. As well, we can mitigate some of those traffic concerns by, again, adding staff to an area so that the residents would have to travel in a path that's as best as possible in the wintertime, at least out of the way of the main flow of traffic, so that they act appropriate in that nature. So, okay. I believe I've addressed those. That's my rebuttal.
Okay, fine. We've probably got bunches of questions, so
sure.
just sit tight there.
You got
okay,
it.
Let's start with Ms. Pease.
Yes, first one question for Mr. Watson. You mentioned approval or support by the owner of Linford, the Linford Building. Is that in our packet? Because we had a letter put before us on the table of opposition from Sue Linford, CEO of Linford of Alaska.
I'm sorry, could you?
We had put on the table before us tonight a letter of opposition from Sue Linford, CEO of Linford of Alaska, and I think you just mentioned that this is a neighboring property owner, and you mentioned support for your proposal.
I was not aware of that letter.
Okay. And then...
she is on the Downtown Partnership, and I believe she's a member of that committee that we went to and got voted as approved, but
okay.
That's the first I've heard of that letter.
Well, it's just sent today
sure.
To Mr. Barrett. And then related to your comments, one item slipped my mind. It'll come back to me in a moment. But, Mr. Barrett, while I have the floor, in looking at the downtown comprehensive plan, I noted on page, I think it's 17, that this facility is in a seismic hazard zone of 5. And I went to a planning meeting work session earlier this year, maybe it was in 2010, in which the code was being examined and reconsidered. And one of the concerns expressed, and I don't know whether this is in code or not, is having high security risk populations, I guess you could say, located in these hazard zones. And then another concept was, how dense should you make the population, because there's apparently a tolerable level of injury and death. But the city as a community has decided that you don't go more than a certain density in any one building in certain hazard zones. So is this, I would think this is a land use impact, and we usually speak to this kind of thing, but have you analyzed this or considered this with the geotechnical committee or whatever it's called?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, the zoning division did not. However, this information was routed to the comprehensive planning staff member who serves as the secretary to the geotech folks. There was no response on that subject.
Okay, I think that's something we might want to hear about. But my other question for Mr. Watson didn't come back to me, so I'll pass on to the next person.
Okay, Mr. Bruce.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions or to clarify a couple things. Is there a staff ratio that you folks use, staff to client ratio, I guess we should call it, that you have to adhere to from the state, or is there a industry average in these type of facilities? You mentioned that your staffing level was adequate and you increased it based on the increases in size. Is it by the individual facility, or is there some norm that, say, Health and Social Services looks at when you make your presentation to them?
for us and for any CRC in the state that has a contract under the Department of Corrections, it's a, I don't know if you call it an industry standard, but it's a requirement by the state set in statute. Starting, I believe, at 25, you have to have 3 staff. Up to 99, you have to have 4 staff, and I believe over, you know what, I don't want to give you the wrong numbers because I'm going from memory, but it's a DOC standard, and I do know that for over 150 residents, you have to have 5 staff, and that's currently what we're staffed at now.
You're talking security.
Security staff, correct. Not drivers, not caseworkers. For case managers, for example, they state that they can have anywhere from 50 to 60 on a caseload. That's a lot of people on a caseload, but that's the requirement. Typically, they have anywhere from 20 to 30 or more, but not quite that many.
So from the security standpoint, you've checked that box with the state.
Correct.
So on the other part, typical caseloads and facilities, the room and board aspect of it, is there an industry standard then? If the state isn't mandating that you have a certain ratio, is there an industry standard, or are these things just so individualized that you basically have to do it? My first thought is that by increasing the number of folks by that much, with that little staff increase, brings the bottom line way up. I mean, that's kind of a. But I didn't know if there was an industry standard there that.
It's pretty individualized, and some facilities are ruled by different agencies. Some achieve accreditation from different correctional type organizations, such as ACA, things of that nature, and they have certain requirements as well. To my knowledge, and I'm speaking for a document that's not ours, the state standards are written, in essence, from either our conglomeration of the Federal Bureau of Prisons Statement of Work and the ACA Correctional Standards. They were revised in 2006. No change from the previous that I was aware of, but those are the standards that we adhere to, and as well as contractual obligations.
So you give that to the public health folks as a guideline that you're using, so that they have something then to base their decision on. That gray area is where I'm trying to figure out what they make their decision on whether or not your staffing levels are appropriate, which then may come back to us on parking and infrastructure. What standard is everybody? Is it a mutually agreed upon thing before you make your application? Where is that?
You mean with the application with the health department?
Yes.
Quite frankly, I would have to refer that to Brad.
Tony Barrett with Health Department, through the chair. There is no mutually agreed upon number or fixed number in the ordinance, and so it is going to have to be negotiated, and certainly to the extent that the applicant can demonstrate how they arrived at the numbers they did and how it compares with industry standard, that will play a big role in our review and of the numbers that they submit. But we're not just simply looking at security. We are looking at things beyond security, and we're going to want to know that security addresses the needs or concerns of the residents. That's part of our obligation in approving the plan of operation.
So you mentioned industry standard. What, Alaska, Anchorage, nationwide? What are you using? And if you are using some, I'd sure like to see that. I mean,
well, when I mentioned, through the chair, when I mentioned industry standard, I'm going to rely on the applicant to indicate what they believe the industry standard is and how they comply with that. If they don't provide any numbers, then I'm going to have to do some research on my own to see what numbers are out there. I have looked at some of the industry information when we were looking at the amount of bed space required or floor space in a bedroom, and when we were looking at floor amount of footage, square footage per resident in living area. We did look at industry standards for that. There is no, as far as I know, there is no generally recognized industry standard for staffing for these facilities. There are guidelines that are put out by the federal agencies and by the State Department of Corrections, and I'll be looking for the applicant to provide those guidelines along with their application.
When we were, if I may, when we were reply to or respond to a proposal, we include in that proposal the amount of staff based on the contractual requirement, so that we would not get awarded that contract.
I'm sorry. Security folks.
That's all staffing. We are required to meet a minimum amount of staffing required on a contractual agreement, so by the state of Alaska, or whoever our contractor is.
One last quick question.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that came up was the trash, the cleanup, and maybe do dumpsters. Can you give me some input on, based on how you would address with the increased capacity, how you would, if you have a perceived problem now, what will you do in the future?
Absolutely. Well, quite frankly, regardless of what happens, we're going to increase the pickup on that dumpster. If it has to be twice a day, then that's what we'll do. And we are going to get even better at policing that area. Of course, during breakup, and then the ravens throw things around. But we try to police that area as often as possible. But we'll certainly increase that and as well add extra security measures as well to mitigate all of those. But we will address that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Phelps?
Do you anticipate making an application to the Department of Health for the increase? I think the answer is yes.
Yes, it is, yeah. I just want to know what type of application. I want to be able to answer your
question. Well, I don't
but
know
yes,
the type of application, but my sense would be is that after the conditional use, you would go to the Department of Health and you would get some sort of authorization from them and would request that authorization.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a time, do you have a deadline? Do you have to get something done by a particular date? Is it a federal requirement or a state requirement? Is there something pushing you?
Not currently, no. We'd like to time it in with a budget cycle of the Department of Corrections, Federal Bureau of Prisons, so that we can more accurately determine how many beds they want and then how many beds we may need. But there is no absolute driving force. They're not sitting outside, in essence, with a van full of people,
I guess part of the concern I've had is that we have a lack of specificity, and a lot of that derives from the fact that we don't have a proposal in front of us. We have a concept in front of us. And with a definite proposal, you have a sense about a lot of things. And we don't have that right now. So the question I would have is that would you be willing to work with staff to answer certain questions? I mean, the questions that I have, how are we going to deal with trash, for example? How are we going to deal with parking in terms of the visitation? How are we going to deal with the sufficiency of staffing, given the amount of increase that we have in terms of the residents of the area and the pedestrian movement? Those are all questions I have that would normally be answered in an application, but are not apparent now, are not available now. So I guess the question would be, if we were to postpone this for a month to acquire it, for you to work with staff to acquire that information, is that something that you can accept or work with?
1 second, please. I believe we may be able to provide some information for you tonight on how some of those things will play out. Would you be willing to see some of that information?
I guess so.
Okay, great.
It'd be unfortunate. Go ahead, yes.
It is, that information is actually in the application, but the reason why we're not locking in a number for residents is because the preparation of the architectural plans to that level of detail is a multi-tens of thousands up in, well, I'll let Paul tell me, but it's a lot of money to go through that exact calculation of this room is going to have this many square feet, this room is going to have this many square feet. But you do have building plans in your packet that show that if they did not move a single bedroom wall, then based on total square footage, the most that you could, the maximum you could get in there. And that assumes that under Title 16, DHHS also says you're within tolerance. So they have this mandate that you have a certain size square footage of bedroom per person, certain number of square feet per person, and then within each bedroom a certain amount of unencumbered space. And they know how big a bed is, so you can subtract those out. If you want to put 4 people in a bedroom using 2 bunk beds, it takes up a certain amount of square footage. You must then have at least 140 square feet in that bedroom, given the size that we know of a bunk bed, in order to house 4 people. The math is all in the application. But You have some of the bedrooms that are like at 138, and DHHS can say, because they have the discretion under the statute, at 138 you're within tolerance, you can have 4 people. Or DHHS can say, sorry, we're not going to let you have 4 in there, we're only going to let you have 3. This is the architect, and he can answer more detail on that one.
Yeah, my name's Paul Doherty. I'm with Livingston Sloan Architects. And the calculations that we did initially were based on a conceptual analysis of building plans that we had that were from a long ago. And that's where the numbers came from that show the maximum totals. We have to do multiple calculations, as was pointed out, based on 100 square feet per living area and then the individual bedroom calculations. And based on that is where the numbers that you've seen have come from. Now, ultimately, we will have to go through the building, do a series of detailed analysis on the building, develop a set of plans, submit for a building permit, obtain a building permit, do the remodel work, and then at that point, it's my understanding that DHSS will actually go out and physically measure the rooms to ensure that what we've shown is the square footage that's there. And at that point in time, they will then make the determination on what permit they will offer or allow the facility to operate under, on top of the contracts that the Department of Corrections requires you to work under. So these plans are in the packets, and so the numbers that are on those plans indicate the floor-by-floor detailed analysis that we did, and Mr. Barrett has seen those plans too, I believe.
Well, this is Tony Barrett, through the chair. The plans that were submitted that I looked at were plans dated 20 December. The plans that are dated January 31, I just saw this afternoon at 3 o'clock in the packet that was submitted to the commission. So I haven't had an opportunity to really go through this. What I can see is that it looks as though you or someone on your behalf have answered many of the questions that I raised in a memo dated January 20th. So perhaps the numbers that you show here are very close to what the health department will be able to approve. But I just got this packet with 8.5 by 11 plans this afternoon at 3 o'clock, and I'm not prepared to make any kind of commitments beyond just saying that it looks like you may have addressed my questions.
Mm-hmm. And that's why these plans were developed, because you raised those questions.
Thank you for that input. I want to interject myself in here because I've had some questions. You all have had the opportunity to ask, but I want to ask some real specific things. Number one, as I understand it, you got about 192 people there right now. Is that correct? Or you can have 192?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how many real staff do you have in addition to your guards? I mean, I know you got to have people that sweep the floor. I know you got to have people that, do all kinds of stuff other than just guard people. So who are they? Do you hire your guests to work for you?
We don't hire them. Part of the condition of being at a CCRC, a privilege of being at a CCRC rather than jail, particularly those residents that don't program, in other words, don't work in the community, aren't allowed to leave the center. Those are our janitors. Because they live there, they clean their own areas. So I have a maintenance person that supervises any and all maintenance.
We do an outside person.
It's an employee, but
it's an employee. Okay, so you got how many guards now? You got 4 or 5?
5 security guards.
Okay, 5 guards. You got a maintenance guy.
1 maintenance person.
What else you got?
2 case managers.
Okay, that's 8.
Okay, program manager.
9.
Myself, a director.
10.
I have an admin assistant.
11.
I have 3 drivers that work varying shifts.
Okay, so that's...
And a community work service supervisor, 4 more.
14 guys. Okay, so you're already out of parking space.
No, we have that many parking spaces.
Well, you just said you had 9. Mr. Barrett? Isn't that what you said? You can have 9 parking spaces? We had to have 9?
No. Chairman, I think the question should be, of the employees you just listed, which are full-time? Because that's the parking space requirement, full-time employees.
Okay, well, you got 5 guards during the day, you got your people that are your maintenance guy and all that stuff. At night, you're fine, because you probably only have 5 guards there, for 2 shifts, if you're working 8-hour shifts. But during the day, you got 13, 14 people, so you got a place to park them. And is my logic right there?
Correct. At the most, we'd have about 14 people there at the most during the day currently.
So, you're going to go to... You're going to go to a deal where you have a communal kitchen, or where you're going to feed kind of a mess hall operation.
Correct.
Okay. Are your guests going to man that kitchen?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not going to hire anybody from the outside.
We will have one cook supervisor.
So you'll get a cook supervisor. Okay. So that adds another person, and then if you go to 296, which is the max. Right? How many more guards do you have to have?
Well, like I said, the standard is over 150. We're required to have 5, but we would add an additional at least 1 guard.
1 guard, so
Yeah.
you'd add 6.
At a minimum,
Well, it seems to me that what controls us here is the amount of parking that we got. If you go above a certain amount of people, and you don't have the parking space, we can't approve it.
If I may.
You already used Lot 9.
Right. We use Lot 9 currently.
You leased
Right.
Yeah. It's part of...
And how many spaces does that have in it?
9 spaces total.
9 spaces, okay.
And then there's 16, I think, out front. 16 or 14 out. There could be as many. This is the survey. There's 9, okay, there's 9 available in the right-of-way right now, but those are wider, and so those will be restriped. I think staff, how many did you say were available out front? 14, 16?
I'm sorry, you're referring to just on-street parking or the ones right in front of the building?
Yes, sir, on street.
On-street, I did not count. There's not a real parking requirement, and they're not designated spaces. This is your requirement based on employees that you can provide either as grandfathered or on Lot 9.
Right, so we have grandfathered access to the right-of-way parking.
Correct.
Okay. So, and the spaces that we have grandfathered rights to are,
I count 7
and you're looking at,
along Cordova Street in front of the building.
as it's striped right now, but you're missing, okay. Well, but I thought Jillian said that there was capacity grandfathered for a larger number in your packet.
If it's striped to current standards.
If you stripe it to current standards, it has capacity for more. Is that correct, Mr. Barrett?
Without having a scale with me, I'm not sure how many more you could add getting closer to the corner, but it does appear you could get at least 1 more. But what I wasn't actually counting spaces that way. I was looking at the requirement for 16 staff means 16 parking spaces needed, and you do meet that. You're adding 4, so you need 4 more, presumably on Lot 9, because there's no place else for them to go.
So it appears that our whole limiting factor here is parking spaces.
One per full-time staff, yes, sir.
The question is there enough? So, and I haven't been convinced of that. But anyway, Ms. Pease, go ahead.
Yes, I don't know whether we can calculate and be absolutely certain of the parking tonight by verbal discussion, and if not, we should postpone, and if so, we should lay out all the issues regarding parking systematically. We should give everybody a turn to chime in, so we make sure we come back with the full information. And then I'd also chime in that I'd like information on the seismic hazard issue and whether we need to be considering that.
Okay, Mr. Wilson?
I think you went down the road that I was going to travel and pursue exactly what is the count of staff that you propose. One thing that wasn't, that you mentioned was that if you do not change any of the interior walls, the count would be as it's depicted in the handout, correct? But that's an if. Is that the intent? Or is there an intent to give yourself flexibility to change the walls and therefore the utility of the space, and therefore affect the number of people that could be accommodated as residents?
Well, the intent is with any construction project is to minimize cost. And the more walls we can reuse is what corporate has said we should design to. So it's more cost effective to utilize as many of the walls as we can and as many of the rooms as we can under their current configuration. We have other things that we need to accommodate. When you add more people, you have to have more toilets, you have to have more showers, you have to have more sinks. And those are all dictated by the standards. And that's what these plans reflect.
But you're really not far enough along in that analysis of the space use and the reconfiguration to accommodate toilets and kitchens and so forth to give us a firm number.
Well, it's as firm as we can do at a conceptual level. That's
Yep.
correct. And we haven't done any site redesign to determine exactly how many more parking spaces we could get. We needed to understand what our target was and design to that. And we think we can get to the 20.
Yeah, you can get there, and I'm sure you can. We're being asked to make some decisions without firm information about the number of people, therefore the number of staff, therefore the number of community impacts, the potential impacts in parking and such. So you can understand our position here. It would be nice to have some more definite information and help us evaluate this situation.
Well, the numbers that we've shown here are an absolute maximum. We couldn't do any more than what we've shown. And I don't think that the Department of Corrections would support any more than what we've shown. I'm not even sure that they're going to use all of that.
Okay.
So our direction was to how many can we get in there right now with minimal impact to the facility?
Okay, fair enough. One other question is, you mentioned that you would be responding to a DLC and other requests for relocating some of the residents from other facilities and freeing up space elsewhere.
Not necessarily freeing up space, it's just how the progression works. If you get charged with a felony and you serve over a year, then you serve that at a institution such as Spring Creek or Wildwood or even down in Colorado. Part of getting their good time and other processes that the DOC and Federal Bureau of Prisons has is transferring those people out of prisons into a community setting where they can get jobs and program. So it's not necessarily freeing up space at another facility in so much as it does free that bed for another inmate to then take that place. But I'm not relieving the burden at another CRC, if that's what you're asking.
That's what I'm getting at. Is there someone in the next block over that is going to free up space, and that's not happening here?
No, this would be additional beds.
So how many CRCs are there?
GeoCare, Cornell Corrections, has currently 3 in Anchorage. There's another facility owned by TJ Western called the Glenwood Center. I believe it's located on 9th Avenue, and that's the only contracted community correctional residential center that I'm aware of that operates in the same capacity that we do. Now, there's 3 other in the state that we maintain, or 4, in the state, 3 of which we maintain in Bethel, Fairbanks, and Nome, and then I believe there's a nonprofit, Glacier Manor, in Juneau. So typically, they're located around an area where there's a large jail for that population to be served.
Okay. In your experience, one last question.
Sure.
you're in the business, you're professional in this area, and I'm not, so I'm kind of, these are pretty naive questions, probably.
That's it.
But what I'm wondering is, if you were a neighbor, and the maximum number of residents increased actually took place here, and let's say you were able to get the parking count right, what impacts on the immediate neighborhood do you see in the business?
Well, like I said before, it's pretty obvious that there would be some impact regarding traffic and even some on foot traffic. But if I was a neighbor, I would certainly attend any public meetings that they would hold, or community relation board meetings, and bring those concerns up, so that I know I used to be a police officer as well, and our greatest tool ever for solving a crime or keeping crime from occurring was public information, giving that information to us, and we operate in the same capacity. The more information we get and input from the public, the better we can do our job, the better we can perform in providing a safe and secure center, even if that just means picking up the trash outside, which we should be doing, and hopefully we do a better job of. That would be my concerns, that I'm safe, that my family's safe. And I think that we do provide that, and I'd like to try to do a better job. We always strive to do better. So.
And then one last question, sorry, I fibbed. What is the relationship between increasing the density of residents in a given facility and the impacts in the neighboring area?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you ask it again?
When you crowd folks together more crowded than they were before.
Correct.
And they're in a correctional facility of this kind, meaning they're in various stages of incarceration, release, and so forth. You've got some bad apples and some good apples in there. When you get more crowded, just as my sociology course in college said that kind of creates tension.
Sure.
So what does that mean in the community?
In the community, I'd rather answer it from the standpoint of as a facilitator. They're going to be more active in the building, more positive activities. By the nature of us taking out the residential-style kitchens and adding in an institutional-style kitchen, we'll give them jobs, and we'll give them job skills. The food service manager that we hire will be able to teach those residents skills that they can use in the outside world. Rather than having those residents sit in those rooms and think about how crowded it is or isn't, we'll again give them positive things to do, such as community work service, providing them job skills for the ones that are eligible. We are not in the business of warehousing. We're in the business of transitioning to the greatest extent that we're able, those folks that we get. And from a community standpoint, I guess I would say that I would expect me as a provider to provide those programs and to make sure that they're utilized appropriately for those who are eligible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cruz?
Real quick, reading this on page 8, you're showing that you're going to require 20 parking spaces, and you're going to provide 23, according to the staff analysis, number E on page 8. So my question to you is, how many part-time employees do you have? What's the definition of part-time? Is it less than 40 hours a week? And what do they do when they come right now, and if you have any, at the facility?
The part-time people that we do have, which are less than 38 hours a week, simply fill in where a full-time person does not. For example, we have 3 8-hour shifts in a 24-hour period, and we have 4 different shifts. That leaves an 8-hour gap somewhere, everywhere along that shift. So we have part-time people that fill that to minimize overtime and just to give those folks a break. So the part-time people only fill in where the full-time people are not working or covered or empty shift or to account for vacation, sick time, things of that nature. So it doesn't add to, wouldn't necessitate adding to the parking plan. They simply fill in a gap where somebody would be off or not at work or an actual open shift.
So, okay, so in your organizational chart, it's basically you have X amount of people, that's all you need. There's no part-time support except for to fill in.
Correct.
In other words, if someone's there, someone's replacing them, it's not an additional body on site.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
On the number of parking spaces, it's actually in your application, in the materials on page 3. Note number 2 on the survey says that there is space for a maximum of 13 regular 9 by 18 parking spaces and 1 14 by 18 handicap parking space along the east property line on Cordova Street. So those are the ones we're grandfathered to use, 14 spaces there. And then Lot 9 is leased by the petitioner, and they use that as well. And that's a total of, that's how you get to the 23, because there's 9 spaces on Lot 9.
Okay, Ms. Pease?
Yes, we'll go as quickly as I can. To Al Barrett, I didn't find any comments from any of the community councils. Mr. Watson said he visited 3. Were there no comments in the packet?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, yes, they're in a supplemental attachment. They're not in the main part of the application. There's a letter from downtown, there's a letter from Fairview, and there is the Anchorage Downtown Partnership as well, 3 letters.
Okay. Then to Mr. Tony Barrett, will Health and Social Services require any kind of a geotechnical assessment of the building or require an emergency evacuation and emergency housing plan if the building were to be damaged or affected in an earthquake?
Through the chair, we will not require the seismic review. I think that's up to the building official and building safety. We don't have the expertise to review it should they submit it to us, so we wouldn't be requiring that. And we probably will not be requiring an emergency plan for related to fire or related to seismic issues others. What we will be looking at, though, is based on their staffing, how will they handle people and how will they respond to that. So we would probably coordinate whatever review we would do of their emergency plans with building and the fire marshal who would have the expertise and the responsibility for reviewing that.
Okay, thank you. And back to Mr. Albarrett, will the parking that is in the right-of-way automatically be grandfathered? Or given that there's an substandard roadway, does the municipality have other needs for that right-of-way?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Pease, it is not automatically grandfathered. In applying for grandfather rights and nonconforming determination, it is incumbent on the applicant to indicate that what is there is pre-code or pre-something that makes it grandfathered. Plans for the road, and is that going to interfere? Based on traffic and PM&E's review that the existing road is below standard but adequate, I'm going to say no, there will not be any improvements.
Did PM&E or the traffic planning staff note the fact that this is a designated bike route in the downtown plan?
No, ma'am, not to my recollection.
So then can we say for certainty that the current roadway is adequate given that it's a designated bike route?
Not to try and inject an element of humor into it, but knowing that they're traffic engineers, I think they were looking at motor vehicles and saying it's adequate.
Okay, and I guess, let's see, those are all my... I guess one more question. Mr. Watson, when you were talking about the calculation of additional staff for new operations, I couldn't quite hear. I think you said that you have calculated all additional staff for the new type of operation, which is for the cafeteria or vending machine or whatever kind of
Cafeteria style, institutional style kitchen, yes.
Okay. You have calculated all additional staff, so.
We have.
Okay, but you have not calculated, to my knowledge, the peak visitor parking under your proposed visitor rotation system?
Right. I don't know that we submitted a number, but based simply on current knowledge of how many people attend each visiting time period, we would stretch that out over the course of a week and different times of days using, either an alphabetic system of categorizing who gets to visit when and things of that nature. So.
And then there may be some legal on-street parking, but at this point, are we saying that there's a mandated 20 spaces for staff plus some unknown number of visitor parking that needs to be provided? I know there's not a requirement for visitor parking, but you indicate that there are visitors who come and park.
Right, and typically they park either in the designated visitor spots or visitation occurs, except for a rare special visit or on weekends, visitation occurs beyond the hours of normal business hours, 8 to 5, when office staff are there and things of that nature. So the amount of staff are reduced at that time so that many of our spots are freed up. And as well, like I said, the street is utilized to park.
Okay. It still sounds to me as if there's some calculation that we should see that says you will or will not need parking for visitors. You've taken care of it through rotations.
We currently don't use it, if that answers your question. We don't calculate that into a current parking plan.
Okay.
Any further questions for staff or the petitioner? Okay, if not, the public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Matter rests with the commission. Ms. Pease has made a motion and has been seconded by Ms. Dean. Nancy, would you please state your motion?
Yes, I'm going to move to, if I'm allowed to postpone action on case 2011-029 to a date certain, so that we can obtain additional information on the parking configurations and on the number and routes of pedestrians and the issues related to seismic risk. There may be other issues that people feel they need more information on, but those would be the issues I would like to have brought back before us.
Ms. Dean, are you willing to second that?
I do not want to put this off. I'm feeling.
Okay, so you can withdraw your second.
I would withdraw my second then
Okay.
at that point.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, please use your machine.
To do what?
There you go. Okay, there it just popped up. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we postpone this to a date certain. And Ms. Pease, have you selected a date certain?
I would look to the petitioner and the staff to tell us how quickly they could get that information, particularly if they need to get a recommendation from the geotechnical committee.
Mr. Barrett, you got any good ideas?
Mr. Chairman, most of the footwork's going to be up to the applicants. The next meeting, May 2nd, is a full agenda. The following week, May 9th, there are currently no cases scheduled. If the commission is amenable to a second meeting just for this case, I think we can do May 9.
Mr. Watson, do you think you can gather that information by the 9th of May? I'm sorry? please come forward.
When do the geotechnical folks meet?
They sort of meet on call. I think they're a committee similar to us, but they don't have scheduled specific meetings.
So then they could do it at...
Well, we could make, the request could be made through the planning department, and we'd have to take it from there. Okay, yes.
Are we asking the petitioner to agree to a date change, or do we vote?
No. We're just seeing if, we don't want to impose something on him that he can't meet, or that's ridiculous, that's all. We're just asking him, that's all.
So shouldn't we vote whether or not to postpone it, and then ask him what's the date, and then insert the date?
Good idea.
I'd like to add something to the motion if we're going to vote on postponement. One of the concerns I've had is just the appearance that there's a very large increase in number of residents, and yet there's a very limited impact upon the community. And from my perspective, there's not really a good explanation as to why there's limited impact. And as part of the motion, I would want to have that evaluation as well to spell out why there is not an impact.
Okay, you can go ahead and take your seat. We've got some more discussion here. So are you making that as a friendly amendment?
As a friendly amendment,
okay, yes. Ms. Pease, is that acceptable to you as the maker of the motion?
Well, yes, I'm just wondering if there's any specificity. We've talked about parking and how much parking there would be, including visitor parking and the layout of the parking. And I asked for the number and routes that pedestrians would be using, and I guess I could throw in pedestrian management.
What I had is pedestrian, transit, and parking.
Okay, and then I also included recommendations from the Geotechnical Committee, and I guess I should be specific in saying that would want to know about the seismic risk of the building, and also whether the type and intensity of use in the Zone 5 is in keeping with what the Geotechnical Committee is, if that has the Geotechnical Committee's recommendation of approval. So,
okay, so
I tried to restate it with Mr. Phelps, Commissioner Phelps's concerns in there.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to postpone until some date certain, if in fact we go that way, and we'll determine what the date certain is. And we want to look at the parking, we want to look at the geotechnical aspects, we want to look at the impact as described by Mr. Phelps of these additional people, is that correct?
Pedestrians and transit, he specifically mentioned.
Okay, so the additional people, the impact on the neighborhood.
Right, but there's a more general question of why is there an absence of impact upon the community?
Okay, and
I'm fine with that general statement as long as the specifics are in there too. So I'm in agreement with that.
okay. So does everybody understand the motion? Okay, so we're going to postpone to some date certain. Okay, is there any objection? And I have an objection. Is there any objection to the motion? I'm just telling you, I have an objection right now. Okay, so we're going to have to use our machines. So, have we already voted? What's going on? Okay, that motion fails. So we got to deal with it tonight, unless somebody can come up with something else. Mr. Pruse, you had a comment. I'm sorry?
I was just going to say on the geotechnical stuff, I mean, to have any meaningful report given to us, I mean, I could foresee they'd have to have studies and business plans, and it could be just an open up a can of worms, and we'd have to do that, start doing that to every building in Zone 5, so to speak. So that was an area I was just going to suggest that maybe we don't want to go. There's other places where they handle that.
Okay, there's now another motion on the floor from Ms. Pease and seconded by Ms. Dean. Ms. Pease, would you please state your motion?
Yes, I move for approval of 2011-029, subject to the conditions provided by staff on pages 10 and 11 of our packet, with the following additional conditions. To condition 4, add language to show the 20 spaces of required parking and any additional parking that DHHS may describe, and the actual locations of that parking, and to include any visitor parking necessary to accommodate peak visitor parking that can't be accommodated on street, and to calculate whether additional dumpster management is needed. And to resolve whether there is a need for the geotechnical committee to review the risks and the type and intensity of use in this particular seismic hazard zone. And finally, to resolve with staff that the routes for pedestrians are within acceptable, that safety considerations have been met along the pedestrian routes used by residents.
Ms. Dean, do you agree with that?
I would like to withdraw my support of the motion.
Okay, go ahead. Is there a second? Mr. Frederick seconded. Okay, Ms. Pease, you want to speak to your motion, please?
Yes. There has been concern expressed throughout the evening that we don't know how many parking spaces are actually going to be needed and where they will be. I think it's not very formal or thorough to try to describe verbally where parking spaces might be accommodated and to add up all the parking that might be needed. I think if we're charged, as we are under ordinance, the general conditional use ordinance, if we're charged with looking at impacts to the surrounding area, then we need to actually have some numbers and locations and layouts of where activity will be occurring and what impacts there might be to the neighborhood. In addition, we are responsible for looking at other planning efforts and incorporating them, such as the geotechnical or hazard issues. I know that is something that this commission has made decisions on in the past, and I'd be very uncomfortable in not at least referring that issue to the geotechnical committee to take a look at. So if we're going to move ahead on this, I think we're doing so without a really good layout, a really good idea of the patterns of movement and the geotechnical issues. So I think we need to note that and make sure that those are assigned for follow-up by staff.
Okay, Ms. Dean.
I would like to say I'm not going to be supporting this motion. due to the issues with pedestrian, traffic, and parking. Nancy has brought up the issue of seismic. This building was built in 1984. There's no way to bring it up to current seismic standards unless you virtually tear the building down and start over. This is only going to be a level 1 or level 2 remodel, so they're probably not going to have to do a whole lot of seismic work. They will have to do escape plans or emergency plans in order to get out of the building, but that will be very simple. They do have to go through the fire inspection process, and that's pretty extensive to get the fire marshal to look over your plans. But going back to my thoughts of not approving this motion, I do want to say that the traffic is an issue. The pedestrians have nowhere to go. We're putting 50% more people in this area, and also, it's just parking is not a good plan right now, and it's not going to get any better.
Mr. Phelps?
I'm not going to support the motion, but for a different reason. I really don't think we can make findings that this facility is going to have less impact or similar impacts to other types of land uses in this area. I don't think we have sufficient information with which to make a conclusion of that type. And by the way, I think it's a good project. I think there's a lot of very good aspects about it. But I don't think we've answered all the questions yet. And part of our charge as an entity is to think about the impacts and to be sure that we have sufficient information with which to make a decision. And I just don't have sufficient information. It's not a statement against the project. It's a statement about the lack of sufficient information.
Any other commissioners have any comments? Are we ready to vote? Since there's objection, we'll use our machines. A yes vote approves it with the conditions, and no vote obviously doesn't approve it. That motion fails. Okay. Let's go, I think maybe we need to go into a committee of the whole, and we need to talk about this thing a little bit, so we can come up with something that we can agree to. But right now, we don't, we haven't agreed to approve it, we haven't agreed to extend it. Okay, here's the pickle that we're in. Basically, the first vote that we had was just to extend. That was disapproved. We've now failed to approve the proposal for approval. In other words, that failed. And so we with the conditions, and that's it. We're done. All we can do now is we can have reconsideration, immediate reconsideration, or somebody can put reconsideration in within 24 hours. But basically, this motion has failed, and that's it. By Robert's Rules of Order, that's it. We can't go into any, or the code or anything else. We're done.
But can't we reformat a motion? I mean, one of the problems with the motion previously was concern about geotechnical, and I have the same concern as well, too. But there may be more unanimity about the need for information of a different type.
Well, the way we can handle that is with a request for reconsideration.
I'll request reconsideration.
Doesn't that have to be by someone who voted
on the prevailing side for this vote where we voted down, so it'd be the noes, and you were on the.
I was on the nose.
You were on the no side.
I have a clarification, though. The motion was a modification to the original applicant's case in front of us. So it was not the original deal. It was actually modified by Commissioner Pease. So we never voted on the original.
But we voted, the question was for approval.
Approval as modified, but not the original, we'll call it legislation. It was not the original legislation. So the motion with conditions was denied, not the original motion.
No, that was the original motion because we modified it.
It's not the original motion. The original motion is what's in front of us. The original. Yes. We have to. So what you're saying is that if two people can agree to a motion, it forces us all to vote up or down on that, regardless of whether we agree in part or whole. If it's modified, and I don't think that's right. I think if you go, I think if you, for clarity, I think if you go and you can't do it because it's not the original issue to be voted on.
No, that was the motion that was put before the commission.
If that was the case, two people could essentially make every petition in front of us unacceptable, and we'd vote it all down. Yeah. Is that right?
No.
And I don't think that's the intent.
But that's Robert's rules.
Yeah. That's why we have amendments to the motion, and we amended this one to where we.
Well, you can also make a new motion, too. You can have a completely new motion.
But once you...
I've been through this before on other commissions as well, and once you've failed the case is failed. And the only option you have would be an immediate reconsideration or within 24 hours, float the reconsideration.
Okay. I was on the prevailing side. I can reconsider. I can do it immediately.
Right.
If you agree to reconsider, if the commissioner agrees to reconsideration, I can make a motion, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, you can.
Could I ask a question? Does he get to make a completely different motion?
Yes.
Well, all we do is we approve a motion for reconsideration. We approve that.
No, I know that. I know that.
Okay.
But say he makes a motion for reconsideration. We approve it.
Right.
Then what happens?
Then I have to make a motion, a specific
I'm
motion.
asking her.
Oh, excuse me.
Let me clarify. You're reconsidering. If you do an immediate reconsideration, you are reconsidering the motion that was on the floor.
Yeah, that's
and your
right.
option that would be available at that time would be to, we've already done a motion and friendly amendments. You could do, an actual amendment to the motion as a mover and a seconder and modify the motion as it existed on the floor. Does that make sense?
So if we bring it back, you're starting with the motion that we disapprove, that we failed, precisely.
Okay, so I have a procedural question then. So if a commissioner, the original mover of the facility, makes a motion, modification to the original petition, case in front of us, do we immediately say object?
I don't follow you there.
In other words, I say I want to add geotechnical to it, and the seconder doesn't say anything. Can Commissioner Dean here say object to that portion of it before the vote, and then take a vote on adding that to the motion?
Yes, if they don't accept it as a friendly amendment, then you can make it as a non-friendly amendment, and we vote on that one little part that you want to add,
Okay,
and it's an up or down on adding geotechnical.
So my confusion was, you were directing the questions always, is it a friendly amendment to the seconder, and not to the rest of the commission?
Well, you don't have it say.
I can object.
You can object in the sense that you can either vote up or down.
If it's an amendment being offered, that's the confusion. Where do we interject the fact where someone says something that one of us may disagree with, So it forces a vote without going to the full case.
If I might, for clarification, if there's a friendly amendment and the mover and the seconder concur, and someone else on the commission has an objection to that friendly amendment, then that commissioner can actually put an amendment on the floor moving to delete that changed condition of the motion. And then the entire board could vote to, say, delete the seismic change. So, but it would have to be actually in the form of an official amendment as opposed to a friendly amendment, because it's already on the table.
So you would make an amendment to delete or add the seismic portion. You would get a second, and then we would vote on that. But the reason I always ask the second is because if the second doesn't agree with a friendly amendment, then you either have to get another second, or we have to deal to add to the to make a change. We have to have another motion.
Okay, so if the second disagrees, then it forces a vote.
Not necessarily. In this case, the second withdrew her second.
I second the motion, the original motion. The original petitioner moves it.
Then
I object as a second. Then it goes to a vote.
Yes.
And we don't. And then it doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, and you have that opportunity. Yeah. Okay, we've got a point of order here. Basically, we've got a proposal on the table for reconsideration from Mr. Phelps, and there needs to be a second. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Okay, Mr. Phelps, you want to state what your immediate reconsideration is for?
Before I do that, I have to understand what I can and cannot do. And I'm not sure I fully understand it. What I thought I heard you say is that what I can do is make a motion to modify the original motion. Is that correct?
Okay. What's going to happen first is on an immediate reconsideration, it's an immediate reconsideration of the motion as proposed by Nancy Pease. So first you vote on the immediate reconsideration. Once that's approved, then Ms. Pease's motion is back on the table, and at that point you can opt to amend her motion to delete whichever sections or change whichever sections you want, and we can
Okay.
vote on each section.
You can help me through this, okay. But let me ask you this question then. Can you tell me again what the original motion was? Because I don't have all the detail of that.
Most of it. There were a couple things that you went a little quickly through.
Also, I think he's supposed to state grounds for reconsideration or not, for an immediate reconsideration.
It's an immediate reconsideration. I don't believe, I could be mistaken. I can check my Roberts rules quickly if you like, but usually an immediate reconsideration.
I can give you grounds if you want them.
I'm sure he'll give grounds. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it just, yeah.
What is the motion?
Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me get back to where I was. Okay. You'll have to, there's a couple places you may have to fill in for me.
Okay.
But the motion was to approve case 2011-029, subject to conditions provided by staff on pages 10 and 11 of the staff packet.
Not too fast.
with the following additional conditions. Number 4, add language to show the 20 spaces of required parking and any additional parking that DHHS may require, and actual location of that parking?
Yes.
And to include any visitor parking necessary to accommodate visitor parking that can't be accommodated on the street, and to calculate whether additional dumpster management is needed, and to resolve whether there is a need for a geotechnical committee to review the risks and the type and intensity of use in this particular seismic hazard zone, and resolve with staff that the routes for pedestrians are within acceptable safety. You switched here. Hold on just a second. I believe the acceptance that safety considerations have been met along the pedestrian routes.
Yes.
How you changed it.
Yes.
Is that?
Yeah. Okay, so that is the motion, and what I have to do is I have to make that motion again. Is that correct? That's correct.
If we approve the reconsideration.
If you approve the reconsideration.
You don't have to make the excuse me, Chair, you don't have to make the motion again. It's just automatically on the table.
Okay, so what do I do at this particular point? Now that we know it's on the table and it's described that way, what can I do?
The first we haven't voted on the immediate reconsideration.
Okay.
So, and if you want to put grounds for your immediate reconsideration, you can do that as well at this time.
Okay. Well, to me, I was particularly concerned about the geotechnical assessment of this. Frankly, if you're in a ground failure zone, if you request the Geotechnical Advisory Committee to review this, it's going to be a very long process, and it's going to take probably months and months, and very likely the recommendation is going to be that if you're in a ground failure zone, you shouldn't have a public facility in any event. So I'm not sure it serves any particular purpose to have a review by the Geotechnical Commission, besides delaying it. And also, I think that I would prefer to make the requirement somewhat more generalized and not as specific as stated, so that there's some discretion about the way that the staff can deal with the parking, the transit, and related issues. So those would be the basis for my concern or my interest in reconsideration.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration? Let me put it this way, is there any objection?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's use our voting machines. Yes goes to immediate reconsideration. No, we do not immediately reconsider. Okay, we will go to immediate reconsideration.
Now, another point of order, okay, some guidance here. Now, do I have the ability of developing a whole new motion, or must I go back to the previous motion?
It's reconsideration of the previous motion. That's the motion that's on the table, and you would have to make an amendment to that motion to modify it.
Okay. This is not easy, quite frankly. What I would then recommend is to keep all of the wording in the recommendation, but deleting any reference to the geotechnical assessment. Pardon me? Okay, I'm making that as a motion.
It's a motion to amend.
Okay, and all we're doing is pulling out the geotechnical assessment from the motion that's on the floor.
That's about the best I can do.
So that leaves us with approval subject to parking, and what else?
I have parking, transit, and pedestrian improvements.
Dumpster.
And dumpsters was in there.
Dumpster management.
So the motion on the floor now, seconded by Mr. Pruse, is to remove the geotechnical committee references in the motion that's on the floor. And that's all we're going to be going on this time around. So is there any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Question. As I look at the plan, notes, it shows, and in the plan itself, that it shows that the parking spaces are counted. Now, what are we asking them to do differently?
We're not dealing with that right now. All we're dealing with right now is to whether we want to pull out reference to the geotechnical committee from the existing motion.
Oh.
Okay. Then we'll get into the
Then we'll get
into the rest of it. That's what's on the floor right now. So is there any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Could I speak to it?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I think we have a serious responsibility here to include planning efforts from other delegated or designated agencies. And the Geotechnical Committee was charged by the downtown plan to conduct a seismic risk assessment, and they have been working on this, and several of us went to the meetings on this. One of the questions was not just is a building structurally safe, but what are the appropriate uses and intensities of uses in the highest risk areas? And I believe there is a recommendation, and it may have been adopted, that high-risk populations should not be increased in zones of high seismic risk. There is already the downtown 2nd Avenue Correctional Facility, and the concern is not just to the inmates and what could happen to them, which is, of course, a concern, but also if the population is either released into the community or has to be evacuated with security requirements, that diverts the resources of the community much more than, say, families who can go to a Red Cross shelter, because you can't take 296 inmates, some of whom are sex offenders, and put them in the Red Cross shelter. So the Geotechnical Committee is concerned that we not divert our emergency resources by increasing our high-risk populations in high seismic risk areas. And I take that very seriously. So I cannot, in good conscience, have no reference to the review of this land use in a high seismic area. I think I'm willing to punt it on to other staff or to the Geotechnical Committee in some acceptable form, but I'm not willing to take out references to it, the issue. So I'll be voting against this.
We ready for the question? Okay, use your machines. A yes vote removes reference to it. The Geotechnical Committee. A no vote keeps it in. That, let's see, yeah, that passes. Okay, so we have removed the current reference to the Geotechnical Committee on that particular motion that's on the floor. So what we have left, if you look at your page 10 of your staff analysis, we've got under department recommendations, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 with references to, additional references to parking spaces and visitor parking. We've got another condition dealing with additional dumpster cleanup, and another condition with resolve with staff on safety of pedestrian routes. That's what exists currently. Now, I would suggest that we consider maybe a less onerous version of the Geotechnical Committee. Somebody can make a motion that at least it maybe be referred to them, but not require an input or something of that nature. That's a thought.
I think
Ms. Pease?
Other than the building permit, though, there's the issue of the intensity and the type of use, and that, somebody should look at that, so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Yeah, we do. We do have a motion on the floor, right? Yeah, and we do have a motion on the floor as amended by Mr. Phelps. And that was what I just read to you, less the reference to the Geotechnical Committee.
And
Now, do we need...
Does that include the reference to an evaluation of the required spaces to include visitor parking? Is that
Yes,
part of it?
yes.
Okay.
That-
All right.
that-
'Cause I think that's
That
appropriate
was
to
what Ms.
include.
Pease had in paragraph 4 of the original findings. It is, my notes are just say, show the 20 spaces and actual location and visitors parking. That's just sort of my quick notes on the thing. And hopefully we've got more detailed information by the secretary. Could you read it, please? Let's see exactly what we've got in there. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a problem with my computer system. It won't pull it back up. Hold on a minute. There we go. Okay. So it was to approve in case 2011-029, subject to conditions provided by staff on pages 10 and 11 of the staff packet with the following additional changes. Additional conditions. Number 4, add language to show the 20 spaces of required parking and any additional parking that DHHS may require an actual location of that parking, and to include any visitor parking necessary to accommodate visitor parking that cannot be accommodated on the street, and to calculate whether additional dumpster management is needed, and that section's out. And resolve with staff that safety considerations have been met along the pedestrian routes. Okay, and that, let's see.
Okay, are there any of the, anybody wish to speak one way or the other on this? Ms. Pease?
I'm going to still vote against it because I don't feel that I would be meeting my responsibility with regard to the geotechnical concerns, and I would be more comfortable in actually seeing the layouts. And I retract that. My reason for opposition is that I feel the responsibility to address the geotechnical issues.
And can I make a comment? I think that this is obviously a difficult decision, and we've been grappling with it the entire evening, and much of the problem, at least for me, has been what I consider to be the absence of adequate information with which to make a decision. The purpose of this postponement is to acquire information and to evaluate that information, and, if appropriate, to make recommendations that will help us resolve this particular issue. It's not intended to make the approval of the project significantly more difficult. And that's one of the reasons I objected to the inclusion of the geotechnical aspect, because it would have a delaying impact. And, in fact, this issue of geotechnical hazard or appropriateness of siting is dealt with in both the zoning code and in the building permit, and I see no reason to go to the geotechnical other than what's required by code already. So for those reasons, I'll support this motion.
Ms. Pease?
I just thought, we're not postponing, we're passing it. We're voting to forward the project. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? Since there's objection, we'll use our machines. Yes vote approves it, no vote disapproves it. That passes. Okay. I think that finishes this for this evening. And I have a couple of things that I want to bring up. Number one, if you look on the last page under the committees, we've really got a good bunch of volunteers. I'm pleased to see that. So continue going to the various meetings. I went to the AMATS thing last week, and they're making progress on the plan, on the 2035 transportation plan. So I'm going to continue to monitor that. In your book tonight, or in your distribution tonight, you got the West Anchorage District Plan. It's the public review draft. We're going to be hearing that here one of these days. Additionally, I got something from the Geotechnical Advisory Committee, and I'm having and it's being sent to all of you. It's just a letter from the chairman. Anybody, any comments from commissioners this evening?
I'd like to make one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that we need to have some more discussion, perhaps in a monthly meeting or something, about the issue that Nancy raised about the seismic issues downtown. I think it's an important issue. I think it's becoming part of the downtown planning process, whether we want to recognize it or not. And I think that we all need to, number one, become more familiar with the issue. Not all of us were on the commission when those meetings were held, and perhaps don't understand where that whole thing is headed. But I think that it's an important consideration for new construction or this type of activity in the downtown seismic zone 5. So I'd like to see that come back around so that we can talk about it some more.
Okay, I'll talk with Jerry about getting somebody over there to discuss it, and we can talk about it in a less formal type situation. Any other comments from commissioners? Yes, sir.
I received the West Anchorage District Plan, and what's the plan on the plan here? Why did I get this at this time?
Because it's available for public review.
Okay.
And we are the public, and we get all of that stuff, because we'll be dealing with it eventually.
Okay.
After it goes through the public hearing process and everything else. Yes, Ms. Pease?
It's just that when I get a big document, I don't know what the context is. Am I supposed to act on it now, or should I read it and kind of keep it in my file for later, or would it be helpful to know?
Keep it.
In the past, those of us who like to read those kinds of things have gone through them in detail, and I think the staff appreciates getting comments early. So I know at least with plans like the Hillside District Plan, I did read through it early and submitted comments during the public comment period. And, you know, we can do that. It's not, there's no specific stake that any one of us has in any of these plans. So I think it's been beneficial, too, in some cases. I think we talked about having designated people try to do that at the early stages so that when we get to the work session, there are at least a couple of us who have really gone through it thoroughly and can ask the detailed questions. So.
According to my little sheet here, Mr. Parks and Mr. Wilson are supposed to be the West Anchorage District Plan gurus.
Which is why I asked.
There you go. I was wondering if I'd volunteer.
So, yeah, job here. Yeah, and sometimes we've had problems getting things this big a week before, and it's
or even before the work session. It's good to have somebody have gone through it pretty thoroughly.
And that's precisely, for example, like Connie and myself are sort of shifting off and going to this AMATS thing just so we know what's happening. So, okay, any other questions?
Well, I actually want to make a comment on geotechnical, and I actually support the idea of looking into seismic issues. The problem or the reality is that we have no authority to say no to a structure that's being constructed inside Seismic 4 or Seismic 5. What controls is going to be the zoning, which allows these structures, and the Uniform Building Code that also allows them with proper design. And so we can talk about this, but the reality of the situation, at least as I understand it, is that the code allows for these structures to go into this area with proper engineering.
If I can add, there was, again, I was at a work session. This was a work in progress sometime last fall when I went to it, but there is development of a formula that will be adopted eventually based on the actual population density in certain buildings in the seismic zone, on the theory that it's okay or it's acceptable level of risk to have a certain number of deaths per seismic event of certain magnitudes. You can't protect everybody from every possible little shake or quake, but that would, I think, bear on intensifying or increasing the density of use in an existing building. It might bear on it. And I would just like to know where they are with that formula and whether it is acceptable. And again, it was not just looking at the potential loss of life, but it was also looking at what you do with a high-risk population when an earthquake hits, because you have to put a lot of emergency resources to taking care of them. So there's some rules and guidelines that are not building engineering. They're on what kind of land use, what kind of population, and how intense. And so that's what I wanted to bring to bear on this question.
And we can certainly look into that. I guess my underlying point is what controls is going to be the zoning code and the Uniform Building Code. That's ultimately what's going to make the decision on these things, because we don't have jurisdiction otherwise. So until you change the UBC or the zoning code, you don't have jurisdiction.
Overlay district.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? There we go. Second, any objection? We're adjourned.
I need a little Rule of Roberts education. Okay, wait. So here's the issue.